Hello, friends. Did you know that nearly 80% of those who watch my videos aren't subscribed? If you enjoy the content, I'd truly appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. It helps a lot. Also, don't forget to leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. Your interaction not only supports the channel's growth, but also helps these stories reach more people. Thank you all for being here. By the way, where are you watching from? Let me know in the comments. I eased back into the driver's seat of my cruiser, the heater hissing against the chill that crept through my uniform. My name is Harper, Trooper Mark Harper, and I've done this job for 15 years, but nothing had ever felt as wrong as that night at Twin Pines. Every sound seemed amplified. The metallic click of my seatbelt, the distant rumble of an 18-wheeler on Interstate 84, the soft hum of my dashboard lights. My breath came in slow, deliberate puffs, visible in the pale glow of my spotlight. The rest stop's lone amber lamp cast half-formed shadows across cracked asphalt, making the world feel as if it were about to tear itself apart. I'd been on patrol since 10 p.m., the stretch of highway between mile markers 45 and 52, a notorious corridor for ghost cars, vehicles that showed up on no registers, without license plates, then vanished into the night. I'd learned to treat every unexpected sighting with caution. It was better to assume danger than to dismiss your gut. My car was angled toward the exit ramp, engine idling, lights off, so I could watch for speeding traffic and any odd activity in the rest area. Two dark sedans sat side by side under that single lamp, both unmarked, both empty. No hazard lights, no engine noise. Whoever was inside had slipped away, and I intended to find out where. Sliding out, I unclipped my radio mic. Trooper 14 to dispatch, checking on two unoccupied sedans at Twin Pines rest stop. Will advise. My voice sounded distant, swallowed by the night. I approached the first car, flashlight beams slicing through the darkness. The windows were tinted, but the heat shimmer on the glass suggested nobody inside. I rapped the baton against the driver's door, sharp, demanding. Nothing. Same with the passenger side. I circled to the second car. Identical story. On edge, I crouched to peer under the hood of one. No heat source, no stray fluids, just the dull gray of engine parts. It was as though the cars had materialized out of nothing. A low wind rustled the pines, carrying with it an odd stench, a mix of damp earth, motor oil, and something metallic. My spine prickled. I tapped my Kevlar-clad shoulder. Never let the darkness quiet you, my sergeant's old mantra. So I kept moving. I circled the shuttered gas station, pressing my ear to the corrugated metal door, listening for breathing or movement. I stepped into the gravel beyond, flashlight in one hand, pistol raised in the other. That's when I heard the soft click of a door opening. My heart leapt. I pivoted, weapon up. A figure stumbled out of the station. Young guy, scraggly hair plastered to his forehead, eyes wild. He blinked into my light. "Officer, hey, officer," he panted. His jacket was half-zipped, revealing a sweat-damp t-shirt. "Please, my car, it won't start, I just need a jump." I kept the beam on him, voice calm but authoritative. "Sir, you're on private property. State troopers aren't mechanics. You need a tow." He shook his head, as if the cold was disorienting him. "Please, just check the hood, maybe the battery." His teeth chattered. I let out a slow breath. "Fine, show me." He shuffled to his car and popped the hood with trembling fingers. I knelt beside him, peering at cables and components I barely recognized. He reached in to touch one, flinched at the cold metal. Something was off. His gaze flickered beyond me, toward the woods. That's when I noticed movement through the trees. Just a flicker of shape in the starlit gaps. I spun. There, stepping from beneath a towering fir, came another man. Taller, broader, carrying something long in one hand, slung casually at his side. He wore a dark, hooded sweatshirt, the hood pulled low. My flashlight skimmed over the object, a knife, blade glinting in silver arcs. "Stay where you are," I barked, clicking my safety off. The first man froze. Hooded guy paused midway. Then hooded guy dropped the knife into the gravel. It skittered to a halt. Both hands went up. I backed away, keeping my weapon trained on him. "Hands where I can see them." My voice echoed against the station walls. I felt the tension coiling in my chest, heat flushing my face. The night seemed to hush, as if holding its breath. "Trooper 14, officer down," came a crackle on the radio. I realized I'd gone off mic. "Dispatch, false alarm. Possible suspects at Twin Pines, 2nd unit requested." They answered almost instantly. Backup was 10 minutes out. In this part of the world, 10 minutes can feel like an eternity. I stepped closer, keeping my aim steady. "Why are you two here?" I demanded. The taller one, knife guy, his eyes were dark hollows. He didn't answer. The shorter one swallowed, glancing between the blade on the ground and the tree line. We just stopped," he muttered. "Needed a stop on a closed station?" I raised a brow. Silence. I radioed their details and ordered them to kneel. They complied, hands clasped behind their heads. I patted one down, nothing on him but a cell phone and a lighter. The other yielded a battered flashlight and a pack of cigarettes. No ID, nothing to prove who they were. Before I could cuff them, there was a distant cry, a low, mournful sound that rose from the depths of the woods. A human sound, a sob or wail. Both men froze. I did too. The night pressed in, the pines seeming to lean closer. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, scanning the tree line. The sobbing echoed again, closer now, as if something, or someone, was moving through the underbrush. I lifted my mic. "Back up, hold on, I have an auditory disturbance. Possible victim." They hissed back acknowledgement. I clicked off the mic. "You two," I said, voice cold, "stay here." I holstered my weapon, but kept my hand near the grip. Then I stepped toward the station's rear entrance, flashlight cutting a path into darkness. My boots crunched on gravel as the sobbing swelled, morphing into jagged gasps. Through a narrow gap between two dumpsters, I saw them. Two black bags, roughly human-sized, tied off at the top. Next to them, rusted shovel blades sticking out of a heap of churned soil. The sobbing stopped the moment I raised my light. The silence that followed was worse than any scream. My pulse hammered. My radio crackled. "Trooper 14, status." A lifeline? Suspects in custody. Possible evidence behind the station. 2 large bags, looks bad. I swallowed, voice flat. "Request crime scene unit and medical examiner." They confirmed, ETA 5 minutes. I backed away, retracing my steps to the kneeling men. Knife guy's eyes glistened with fear or defiance. I couldn't tell which. I cuffed them both, then settled into my cruiser to wait for backup, replaying every detail in my head. But my mind was already drifting back to those bags. What was inside? Whose lives had ended just yards from a public highway? And why had the station cameras shown no arrival or departure? When the forensic team arrived, I handed over my flashlight and weapon. I watched them sort the scene, unzipping the first bag, chest cavity and arm jutting out, pale and rigid. I turned away, stomach clenched. I'd seen death before, plenty of it. But something about the calculated brutality, the idea of dumping bodies like trash, shattered me. Later, back at the station, I wrote my report with trembling hands. Every word felt inadequate. I locked up my weapon, showered off the grime and the stench that no soap could wholly erase, then sat alone in the briefing room as dawn crept through the blinds. My partner arrived, Sergeant Daniels, eyes heavy with questions. I told him everything. He nodded, silent, handing me a coffee. "You'll need to take some time off," he said quietly. "No one expects you to sleep well after tonight." But sleep was impossible. Even now, weeks later, I can't close my eyes without seeing that lamp's halo over the wasted asphalt, hear the hiss of plastic as bodies shifted in their bags. My nightmares aren't of ghosts or footsteps. I see two faceless men, blurry in the dark, waiting for me to look away so they can vanish. And sometimes, when I'm alone on patrol, I swear I hear a soft rap at the station's back door. Just a gentle knock. No voice, no demand, just the tapping, reminding me that some doors, once unlocked, never truly close. The drive back from the morgue felt endless. Dawn was bleeding through the pines by the time I forced my cruiser onto the on-ramp. Every bump in the road sent jolts through my shoulders, as if I'd strapped the weight of those two bodies to my spine. I radioed dispatch. Trooper 14 returning to post, request relief for paperwork. But my words sounded hollow, already slipping free of my mind before I could register them. By the time I rolled into the station lot, reporters were staging outside the precinct, lights glinting off cameras like hungry eyes. I shut off the engine, let the silence swallow me, then squared my shoulders and stepped out into whatever passed for morning. Inside, Sergeant Daniels met me at the door, his face a mixture of concern and something darker, doubt maybe. "Mark," he said quietly, handing me a thick folder. "They want a statement. Internal affairs, press release, the whole 9 yards. You ready?" I nodded, emptied my lungs in a single breath. "Let's get it over with." We made our way to the interview room, a sterile box of fluorescent bulbs and vinyl chairs. I sat, unclipped my badge and recited the facts. Time of arrival, description of vehicles, interactions with the suspects, discovery of the bodies. I answered every question as though reading from a script I'd memorized months ago, even though I'd lived it less than 12 hours earlier. When it was over, I walked out into the hallway and let the folder drop at my feet, pages fanning across the gray tile like wounded birds. My reflection in the window stared back, eyes rimmed red, uniform rumpled, tie askew. I could taste adrenaline and cold coffee. I rubbed my temples, then found myself in the locker room, stripping off my gear. The Kevlar vest folded under my arm felt heavier than any weight I'd carried in the field. I hung my jacket next to dozens of others, each one marking a colleague who'd left that locker room bruised or broken. I took a long, stuttering breath. Even at 12 years on the force, I'd never had to face this level of horror. The next few days passed in a blur. I filed reports, gave more statements, watched the news cycle churn out pixelated images of that lone lamp at Twin Pines, reporters calling it the graveyard rest stop. Social media buzzed with conspiracy theories. Bodies from the long-missing truckers case, ritual sacrifice, even urban legends of a phantom trooper luring drivers to their doom. I sat behind my desk with headphones on, trying to drown out the chatter, but every mention drove bone chips deeper into my skull. I started taking notes, timestamps, weather logs, radio traffic, to ground myself in facts. I couldn't afford hallucinations, not on this case. By my third straight overnight shift, I was running on 4 hours of fitful sleep. The precinct was quiet at 11 p.m. A lone dispatcher filled the air with the click of keyboard keys and the dull hum of monitors. I collected my cruiser's keys, rubbed my eyes, and slipped into the driver's seat. Headlights carved pale arcs through the mist as I pulled onto the highway. My mind clung to one unshakable question. How had those cars arrived and left without passing any toll cameras or weighing stations? There was no record of license plates, no cell tower pings. It was like they'd materialized from thin air and left the same way. Interstate 84 at night is a different world. The high beams of semis slice through fog pockets, reflections dancing on wet pavement. I stuck to the shoulder, scanning for anything out of place. Mile 47, nothing. Mile 48, nothing. I radioed dispatch, running a silent check on the lot. Anyone flagged or reported at Twin Pines in the last week? Static. No alerts. I eased the cruiser to a stop at the exit, killed the engine, then stepped out into the chill. Breath billowed from my lungs, a faint plume in the darkness. I didn't dare kill my light. That single lamp might be the only barrier between me and whatever lurked beyond. I approached the station, flashlight sweeping cracks in the doors. Beside the dumpsters, still black as midnight, were fresh tire impressions in the gravel, not mine. I knelt to examine them. Narrow, sports car treads, depressions recently pressed into the soft soil. My pulse thundered. I radioed dispatch. Be advised, I'm observing fresh vehicle impressions at Twin Pines. Please check satellite cams if you can find any. Silence carried back before the dispatcher replied, Copy that, Trooper 14. No visuals on cameras, system offline. My jaw clenched. All right, stand by. I continued my circle, light piercing the fog. Every rustle of pine needles sounded like footsteps. My senses sharpened. Distant hoot of an owl, the odor of damp bark, the mechanical click of my holster. Then, something else. A faint scraping, low and deliberate, coming from beyond the station's north wall. I froze. The sound repeated, like metal dragging over concrete. I swallowed, mind racing. My finger hovered on the mic. Should I call backup or check it myself? Instinct won. I edged around the corner, flashlight ahead of me. The beam caught the lip of a shovel buried in loose gravel, blade stained darker than rust. I swallowed hard, heart hammering in my throat. Another scrape, closer, beneath the station's overhang. I flicked my light downward. Two figures kneeling by the pump island, their backs to me. I couldn't see their faces, but recognized their postures. One held a flashlight, the other used a small saw blade, gas can in hand. They were pouring something thick and dark into the engine of a black sedan, the hiss of overheating metals spitting in the cold air. I drew my weapon. State Trooper, freeze! My voice echoed against the metal siding. They jerked upright, spinning. The saw blade flashed. Before they could draw the knife, I fired a warning shot, crack, into the ground between us. Gravel exploded. They both recoiled, dropping their tools. I stepped forward, pressing the muzzle into the taller man's chest. Hands up, I barked. They raised them slowly, pale in the strobe of my light. Backup arrived seconds later, lights painting the station red and blue. Two more cruisers screeched onto the asphalt. I cuffed them this time swiftly, pressing them face down until they were secured. Once safe, I pried the hood of the sedan up. Thick black sludge filled the engine bay, smelling of burnt oil and something fouler. Chemical. Acrid. I radioed for hazmat. As I waited, I noticed lettering on the car door, a faded logo for a local private haul outfit that had declared bankruptcy months ago. No owner listed, no voicemail, just another phantom. After they hauled the sludge-soaked suspects into the back of a cruiser, I stood alone under the lamp, watching their cruiser peel away. The fog swirled, drifting across my boots like a living thing. The station sat silent now, camera shutters closed, pumps empty. My radio buzzed with hazmat ETA and forensic units. I clicked it off. Silence returned, heavy and accusing. The next morning, I found a note slipped under my windshield wiper. "They know you're coming." In jagged handwriting, smeared with something that looked unsettlingly like dried oil. I stared at it, stomach twisting. There was no signature, no print, just those 4 words raining down on me like bullets. Now, whenever I patrol that corridor, I check the lot hours in advance. I peer under the station's eaves, inspect tire tracks, test the pumps. Still, there's no logic to it. No license plates, no cell records, no camera footage. Just a growing sense that I'm being watched, baited, and that wherever those men came from, they're never far behind. I found the note that morning, tucked under the windshield wiper blade like an invitation I never asked for. The words were smeared in something dark. Oil, maybe something thicker, and read, "They know you're coming." My chest tightened. I peeled it free, fingertips grazing the sticky residue. In the rearview mirror, my own eyes stared back. Red-rimmed, haunted, refusing to blink. I folded the paper twice, stuffed it into my pocket, and drove to the station without saying a word. That day, every call felt hollow. I approved paperwork, ran records, answered questions about my mental fitness. Serafina, the dispatcher, glanced at me as I keyed in mileage logs. "You okay, Harper?" she asked, voice soft over the mic. I forced a nod. "Just needed to clear my head," she sighed. "Take the day off if you need." I declined. Whenever someone offered me a way out, I sharpened against it. "Not yet," I said. That evening, I couldn't sleep. My cot in the guest room felt like concrete. I pressed my palms against my temples, trying to erase the images. Garbage bags shifting under that single lamp. Bodies half glimpsed through heavy plastic. The grotesque finality of it all. At 2 a.m. I gave up, rolled out of bed and yanked on my patrol uniform. I grabbed my coat, keys, badge, anything that reminded me I still belonged in this world. Back behind the wheel, the highway opened before me like a yawning maw. Mile marker 46, then 47, each flash of reflector post felt like stepping closer to a trap. The station's amber lamp winked on my approach. I pulled alongside the curb, engine idling, and watched as a breeze flared dust motes in the beam. No footprints this time, only the harsh circle of light where the 2 cars once waited. I circled the station, checking every corner. By the dumpsters I found fresh prints. Deep, narrow treads I recognized from my cruiser's spare, not mine. I radioed dispatch. Unusual tire impressions at Twin Pines, but static snarled back. They were busy with calls about an accident up north. I snapped the mic shut, alone again. Then my phone buzzed. A text from a blocked number. "Stop digging, or you will vanish." My breath caught. I stared at the dark screen. Who knew my badge number? My schedule? I slid the phone into my pocket and kept moving. Every sense screaming that hiding wouldn't help. The cracked concrete underfoot was slick with dew. I stepped under the awning beside the pumps and saw it. A child's plastic toy car, smeared with mud and something darker. A cruiser model painted black. It sat on the cracked concrete as if left for me to find. My pulse thundered. I shone my flashlight on the perimeter. No one. The toy wasn't mine. No kid should be out here. The station was closed weeks ago. The toy felt like a deliberate message. I radioed for backup. "Caldwell, send unit to Twin Pines. Harper needs eyes on the ground." Caldwell, my old partner, was 15 minutes out. I knelt and bagged the toy in an evidence pouch from my jacket, careful not to smudge fingerprints. As I stood, I saw movement behind the station's shuttered windows, the silhouette of someone ducking out of sight. I holstered my weapon slowly, raised my light, and called out, "If you're in there, show yourself. State Trooper." My voice echoed against corrugated steel. The window rattled. For a heartbeat, I thought someone might answer. Then the trembling stopped. Silence fell again, thick and mocking. Moments later, Caldwell arrived. Sirens whispered off in the distance. He stepped out of his cruiser, rain-slick face drawn. "Mark, you okay?" he asked, voice low. I handed him the bagged toy. "Found this." He frowned at the evidence tag. "What the hell?" His radio crackled with other calls. He keyed it off. "Let's sweep the perimeter." Together, we moved behind the gas pumps, flashlights carving arcs in the night. The air smelled of damp pine and rust. I showed him the prints near the dumpsters. He knelt, ran his gloved finger around the impression, then looked up at me. "They're fresh," he said. "Less than an hour old." I nodded, scanning tree line. "And they're heading into the woods." We followed the tracks into the pines, flashlight beams crisscrossing. The world beyond the trees was pitch. No moon, thick canopy swallowing every star. Our boots crunched pine needles and broken twigs. I drew my weapon. Caldwell followed suit. 10 yards in, he jerked his light to the left. "Mark, what is that?" He pointed at the base of a massive fir. There, nailed to the bark, was my badge, gleaming dully in the beam. Underneath, a square of burlap, soaked dark, embroidered with letters. "You're next." My stomach turned. My hands shook. This crossed every boundary. Someone had invaded my home, rifled through my locker to grab my badge, then marched it here to taunt me. Caldwell stepped forward slowly. "We need to get out. Call it in." I swallowed, voice hoarse. "Not yet." I fumbled my radio. "Dispatch, Trooper 14. We have a hostage badge and further evidence at tree line requesting full perimeter lockdown." The response was a murmur. Backup would arrive. We backed away from the badge, trying not to disturb any more evidence. Every snap of a branch sounded like footsteps following us. Our own breathing was loud in our ears. The longer we stood, the more oppressive the darkness felt, as though it had weight. Caldwell placed a hand on my shoulder. "Let's clear out. This is beyond us." I nodded, though my heart hammered against my ribs. "Yeah, let's go." We returned to the station, but the note under my windshield was gone. The toy car vanished, the badge still glued to that tree. Caldwell drove us back to base in near silence. At the precinct, he made the call to homicide and the forensics team. I removed my belt, stowed my weapon, then stared at my reflection in the locker room mirror. My face was pale beneath yesterday's stubble. There were flecks of dirt on my uniform. My heart still raced, refusing to slow. "Go home, Harper," Caldwell said, breaking the silence. "They can cover this. You need rest." I clenched my jaw. "I'll drive around perimeter tonight alone," I said. He stared for a moment, then nodded. "Be careful." That night, I patrolled beyond the assigned route, circling Twin Pines repeatedly. I noted every crack in the pavement, every broken bulb, every potential hiding spot. At 3:03 a.m., I heard scraping again, this time directly beneath my cruiser. I killed the engine, sat in darkness, and listened. A soft tap at my driver's side window followed. My breathing stuck in my throat as I reached for my torch. I cracked the glass just enough to slip the light under the frame. A single glove lay there, leather cracked and soaked. I recognized the pattern. Caldwell's gloves. My blood ran cold. I sat frozen, heart thunderous. The glove was creased as if someone had slipped a hand into it recently. Then, scrawled in red across the leather, "Now." I jerked the door open, drawing my weapon. Nobody in sight. The lot was empty, silent except for the distant hum of the interstate. I grabbed the glove, threw it onto the passenger seat, slammed the door, and locked every latch. Back at the precinct, the glove went into evidence. Forensic techs found no prints, wiped clean. Nobody could tell me who left it, but I knew. Now I lie awake, haunted by the idea that someone knows my every move, my schedules, my gear, even the route I take home. The station cameras remain offline. The prints vanish as quickly as they appear. My wife says I'm losing it. My sergeant warns about protocol breaches, but I refuse to bow out, because I know they're watching. And I know they're waiting. The hours that followed felt like I was tumbling through slow motion. The precinct gave me sanctuary, but also silenced me. Every time I tried to unwind the knot in my chest, I heard the whisper of those words, "Now." On my last shift before mandatory leave, I vowed I'd find out who was tormenting me. I toggled between desperation and resolve, knowing that if I faltered, they'd strike again. It was past midnight when I slipped out of the station, trading my cruiser for an unmarked sedan borrowed from a detective friend. The engine's purr was unfamiliar, but I needed deniability. No lights, no sirens, just me against the night. I pointed the car toward Twin Pines, but before I left the lot, I stopped and glanced back at the shuttered facade of the station. The asphalt gleamed under sodium lamps, and for a moment I felt exposed, like a lone deer in a hunter's scope. Then I eased onto the highway. My route skirted the pines more closely than patrol dictated. I took the county back roads, hugging tree lines so thick my headlights barely pierced them. The air in the car was thick with the smell of stale coffee and my own sweat. I patted my pockets, flashlight, extra magazine, phone, wallet, no badge, no uniform. Tonight, I wanted to be just Harper, not Trooper 14. When I reached the rest stop exit, I coasted past the usual spot, then looped back, spinning tires on gravel. No cruisers in sight. Backups were supposed to monitor my shift, but perhaps they'd given up the chase. The amber lamps above the pumps flickered in greeting. I parked 50 feet away, engine idling, and watched the station through tinted glass. For a long minute, nothing happened. The lot lay empty, save for the rusted sign that creaked in the breeze. Then headlights sparked at the far edge of the lot. 2 sets, low beams, almost imperceptible. They pulled in, tires crunching gravel. The cars were sleek sedans, one black, one obsidian blue, unmarked, untraceable. Mirrors folded in multiple directions. They eased to a stop equidistant from the pump islands, just where I'd first found those 2 empty cars. Adrenaline roared through me. I flicked off my headlights to disappear into shadow, drew my weapon, and crept toward the pumps. My boots barely made a sound on the damp concrete. I peered around the corner. 2 men climbed out, identical builds to the ones I'd cuffed. Same height, same gait, but their faces obscured by scarves and knit caps. They moved with methodical precision, retrieving garbage bags and tools from their trunks. I raised my light to get a clear shot. The taller one jerked around, face half-masked, eyes glinting with recognition. Or was it amusement? He let out a soft, amused chuckle. The shorter one froze, saw my flashlight and reached inside his coat. My finger tightened on the trigger. "Don't," I growled. "A state trooper." They laughed, low and mirthless. "Mark Harper," the tall one said, voice muffled. "We've been expecting you." He stepped forward, hands out of coat, empty. Or, should I say, Harper in hiding? My heart thundered. "Show your hands." They complied, slowly, deliberately. The garbage bags lay at their feet, stubborn bulges pressing against plastic. I clenched my teeth. "What are you doing here?" The tall man tilted his head. "You called us, remember? You begged for answers." The shorter one kicked at the bags. "You wanted to know why the cars came and went. You wanted to know about the bodies." I felt bile rise. "These two were amateurs," I spat. "They got caught. What does that have to do with me?" The tall man's eyes narrowed. "You think this ends with 2 arrests? You think the rest stop is just a crime scene?" He shook his head. "This place is a threshold. You crossed it when you took that first call." I swallowed, voice steadying. "I was doing my job." He laughed again. "Yes, you were. And now, we're doing ours." The shorter man knelt and unzipped one bag. I spun, gun drawn, prepared for the worst, but inside was only a tangle of wires and metal shards, bits of shattered electronics. He dumped them on the ground. "We found this," he said. "Your cruiser's dash cam, your last footage." My chest tightened. They'd rifled my car, stolen my evidence. I gritted my teeth. "Where is it now?" They exchanged a glance. "Before we show you, we want proof." The taller man stretched out his hand. Inside his palm, my sergeant's badge, * Daniels, Precinct 17 *. My heart sank. "You break in there, take my partner's badge?" I wouldn't lower my weapon. "He's not involved." "But he is," the tall man said softly. "He's the one who filed the complaints. He's the one who sent internal affairs to your house." My jaw clenched. "What are you—" A sudden roar filled the lot. Multiple engines, sirens, backup arriving. Both men raised a hand in salute, then melted back into shadow, sprinting toward the pines. Their pace was almost casual, as though they knew the woods better than the asphalt. I sprinted after them, gun in one hand, light in the other, but they were gone. No tracks, no sign beyond a smear of mud leading into denser forest. The sirens converged on the rest stop. I heard radios crackle. "Trooper 14, suspects fled, initiating pursuit." But I shook my head, breath ragged. "No," I muttered. "They're not the suspects." I turned back to the pumps, where the wires lay in a tangled heap. I knelt, scooping them into evidence bags. Something thrummed in my mind. They wanted me to uncover something. Wanted me to realize the rest stop itself was a lure. I staggered back to my sedan as the other units fanned out, lights bobbing through the misty pines. I waved them off, flashing my unmarked credentials. "I got this," I said. "Stay light." They hesitated, then melted behind trees. I drove home on autopilot, dark thoughts tumbling. How deep did this go? Was there a network of people using remote rest stops to feed something? Whatever it was, it had resources. Cars, stolen dash cams, intimate knowledge of my shifts and routes. When I reached my driveway, a single envelope lay on the front porch. Inside, a small USB drive and a card. "Plug me in." My hand shook so badly, the drive slipped from my grasp and clattered on the concrete. I picked it up, dusting off the corners, and felt its weight. Small, innocuous, lethal. I pressed it into my pocket and stepped inside, flipping on lights to chase away shadows. My wife was asleep, curled under blankets, oblivious. I paused in the doorway. So many times I'd come home and unpicked the night from my bones before surrendering to sleep. Tonight, I didn't dare. Instead, I locked the door, pocketed my pistol beneath the couch cushion, and sat at my desk. The USB drive gleamed under the lamp's glow. My phone buzzed, an incoming text. From a number I recognized as my own. "Don't." I stared at the screen. My reflection in the monitor wavered. My hand drifted toward the USB slot. Then I heard it. A soft knock on the window behind me. 3 slow raps. I froze. My pulse hammered in my ears. The knocking came again, patient, insistent. I didn't dare turn, didn't dare breathe, and yet I had to know. I sat at my desk long after the moon slipped behind the western clouds, the small LED of my laptop bathing the room in blue-white light. The USB drive felt impossibly heavy in my palm, like a promise of truth and a threat of doom all at once. My reflection in the black screen stared back at me with hollow eyes. Outside, the wind rattled the window frame, tapping out a slow, deliberate code. Knock, knock, knock. Every instinct screamed at me to leave the drive alone, to call it in and walk away. But my hands moved of their own accord, reaching for the laptop's port. I hovered over the keyboard, throat dry, pulse thundering. 1 inch, I told myself. An inch, and I'd know what they'd stolen. What they wanted me to see. What proof they held. The drive slid in with a soft click. The screen flickered, then filled with a single file. OpenMeNow.mp4. My stomach tensed. I double-clicked. A progress bar crawled across the screen in jagged bursts. Then the video opened, grainy, desaturated night vision green. The timestamp in the corner read, August 17th, 2:32 a.m., the night I found those bodies. The footage was my dash cam but warped. At first, it was just my cruiser's headlights cutting through the storm. Then the camera panned abruptly, as though someone had yanked the lens to one side. I heard a low chuckle over distorted audio, and then the image steadied on me. In uniform, flashlight trained on 2 black sedans. My own voice echoed through the speaker, "Step away from the vehicles." But the men in the video didn't budge. Instead, they turned toward the camera, faces half-masked, eyes glinting. The taller one raised a hand in mock salute. My breath caught. They had my dash cam, had been filming me. I replayed the clip. The video cut to static, then resumed in a different location. The back of the rest stop. Lights from a cruiser strobed red and blue. My helmet cam view showed me cuffing the shorter man. His head lolled, and I saw, just for a split second, the long, frantic shape of something moving in the tree line behind me. Something that no one on my reports had ever seen. I paused the video, heart pounding, then let it play on. Next came a sequence that made me spill hot coffee onto my lap, footage from inside my own house. Not CCV, something else. The camera stood on a shelf in my office, lens tilted so it captured half my desk and the doorway behind me. I watched myself plug in the drive, oblivious to being spied on. Even more chilling, I saw someone, shrouded in darkness, step into frame behind me. The figure raised a finger to motion for silence, then retreated off screen. The audio hummed with static and a faint whisper. Now, my hands trembled. The figure's coat was unmistakably the same style the tall man had worn at Twin Pines. They'd broken into my home, installed a camera, stolen footage, planted clues. Whoever they were inside my life in a way I couldn't escape. I forced myself to keep watching. Then the footage switched to live feed, a view from somewhere above, like a drone shot. It looked down on my house, the driveway, the empty street. The glow of my desk lamp was a pinpoint through the trees. A red dot pulsed in the center, as if marking me. My pulse spiked. The timestamp blinked forward in real time. I glanced at my watch. 3:07 a.m. The feed was live. My phone buzzed on the desk, illuminating the darkroom with a single word. Look. I turned from the screen, fearing what I'd see outside the office window. The knocking had stopped. Silence pressed in. I swallowed. reached for my duty pistol slung under the couch cushion, and crept toward the window. The glass was cold under my palm. I shone the flashlight outside. Nothing. Just the empty driveway slick with rain. A row of hedges shivered in the breeze. No footprints, no headlights. My reflection stared back, haunted, unblinking. Then the light of a single car swept across the yard, low beams, idling. It vanished as quickly as it appeared. My breath caught. A heartbeat later, the knocking resumed. Soft, urgent, 3 taps. I backed away, heart hammering against my ribs. On the porch light, someone had left another item. A small video camera, its lens aimed directly at my front door. Beneath it, etched into the wooden step with a pocket knife, were words I'd come to dread. Final chapter. My mind raced. I holstered my service weapon, dialed dispatch on my cell with shaking fingers. No signal. I cursed, smashed the phone against the desk. It clattered to the floor, dead. Whoever had orchestrated this had cut me off from help. I grabbed the small camera, shoved it into my coat pocket, then returned to the laptop. The live feed was still running. The red dot hovered over my house. A cursor blinked over the file name. Play next? No other options. I clicked. The screen went black. Then, frame by frame, I watched the tall man step from behind the camera. Same coat, same stance. His face now fully revealed. Scar across his left cheek, eyes cold as glass. He raised a gloved finger, pointed at me, and mouthed 2 words. "You're trapped." The image stuttered, then shifted to a new angle. Camera inside my eyeball, streaming from my own perspective. I was looking through my own eyes, watching myself watch him. I felt sick. The video cut once more, replaced by a blank white screen. Text scrawled across it in dripping crimson letters. "Your turn." The words pulsed, as though alive. The lamp behind me flickered, and the whisper returned louder this time. "Step outside." I stood paralyzed, every nerve shredding with fear. A slow clap echoed through the room, from somewhere behind me. I turned, compelled, to see the tall man standing in my doorway, rain-dark coat dripping, face half in shadow. He held out a gloved hand. In it, my sergeant's badge. "He's safe," the tall man said, voice low and mocking. "For now." The shorter man stood behind him, grinning through the darkness, knife glinting at his side. My finger trembled on the trigger. I aimed at him, voice unsteady. "What do you want?" He smiled, tilted his head like a curious cat. "Balance," he said. "You took their lives. Now you'll see what it feels like when someone takes yours." He stepped forward, slow, deliberate. I squeezed the trigger, but it clicked on an empty chamber. My heart seized. They'd known. They'd emptied my weapon days ago. He laughed, a soft exhale. Then I felt it, a cold breeze at my shoulder. I spun, but there was nothing. The room was deathly silent, save for the hiss of my own breathing. When I looked back, the tall man was gone, the doorway empty. The only sign he'd ever been there was the puddle of water at the threshold, and my sergeant's badge lying on the floor, glinting up at me. I sank to my knees, clutching the laptop, the dash cam footage frozen on the last frame, a close-up of my own terrified face. The video camera and the USB drive lay on the desk beside me like trophies. My heart pounded. I was both hunter and prey, trapped in a nightmare I'd been chasing, unable to escape. A soft whisper pricked at the edge of my mind. "Your move." I looked at the flashing cursor on the screen, the badge at my feet, the darkened street outside. The final file still sat there, waiting. I reached toward the keyboard, breath shaking. And then I paused. What choice would you make if you were in my place? If you're enjoying these stories and want to hear more, feel free to support me with a super thanks. Even the smallest support really keeps me going. Now, let's jump into the second story. 2:47 a.m. on August 14th still hits me like a punch. I can't tell you how many times I've replayed that moment in my head. Every bead of sweat, every crack of gravel, every flicker of the beam cutting through the darkness. I wasn't meant to talk about it, but here we are. I was 3 months into the force. Still a rookie. Patrol Unit 324, badge number 1457. Monroe County was quiet most nights. Strip malls and mobile homes. The occasional late-night diner still serving breakfast at 3 a.m. But Hollow Creek Road was different. A twisting ribbon of gravel and legend. Folks talked about that place like you'd talk about a rattlesnake in your boot. Real, dangerous, best left alone. When dispatch pinged me the first time, I was 2 miles east on County Route 9, fresh off a noise complaint at the Johnson farm. Unit 324, open 911 at 145 Hollow Creek Road, caller hung up. Protocol kicks in instantly. I checked the GPS, flicked on my lights, and eased the cruiser onto the gravel. Headlights slicing through a canopy of oaks. Rain from earlier that night had left the stones slick. My boots found grip on the pedals. The house sat in silence. 2 stories of peeling white paint. Windows shuttered as if someone boarded them up years ago. No porch light, no motion. I parked beside a rusted-out Ford, half buried in brambles. I radioed, "Dispatch 324 on scene." Looks vacant, no lights, no vehicles, checking front door. My voice sounded flat in the headset. Gravel crunched under my boots as I approached. The air smelled of pine needles and wet earth, the humidity clinging like a damp blanket. I knocked once, twice, shoulder height. No answer. I circled the house, flashlight beam glancing off plywood covering one window. All locks intact. I called it in. Negative contact. I'm clear. Place appears abandoned. Back in the cruiser, I watched the house fade in my mirror. I turned off lights and radioed back in service. Simple, routine. Except I couldn't shake that hush, like someone exhaling behind me. I slept fitfully that night. Moonlight through my bedroom blinds cast shadows on the ceiling. Trees swaying outside, arms reaching. My phone lit up at exactly 2:47 a.m. No call, just a notification. 911 open at 145 Hollow Creek Road. My gut sank. I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over dispatch. I swiped it off and tried to go back to sleep. No luck. The second call came 6 hours later on my next night shift. Dispatch 324 open 911 from 145 Hollow Creek. Caller reports crying, then hung up. I checked the clock. 2:50 a.m. My heart thumped. I grabbed my jacket, helmet, and extra magazine. Suiting up felt ritualistic. Bulletproof vest cinched tight, radio clipped at my shoulder, Glock holstered. I eased out of the station, lights off, siren muted, and slipped onto Hollow Creek again. The drive felt longer this time. Gravel sprayed under tires. Trees arched overhead. Mist curled around my headlights. My breath fogged the window and I blinked. Was that someone standing at the edge of the tree line? I slammed brakes, beam sweeping the empty roadside. Nothing. Push it aside. Keep going. At the driveway, I killed the engine and grabbed my radio. Dispatch, I'm on scene. Front door cracked. The faintest slice of light showed in the window seam. I edged forward, Glock in one hand, flashlight in the other. The door creaked as I pushed. Inside, it was colder. An unnatural chill. My beam carved through darkness. Stale air, peeling wallpaper, An overturned chair in the entry. No carpet, just floorboards slick with spilled something dark. I called it. "Dispatch, I'm entering." Proceeding to check for victim. The dispatcher's voice crackled back. "Copy that. Proceed with caution." Hallway stretched into blackness. I stepped slowly, ears straining for cries. Silence wrapped tight until I heard it, muffled sobbing. Not far ahead, behind a white door swollen with rot. I pressed close, hand on the knob. It gave. The hinges groaned as I eased it open. Nothing but an empty room. Bare floor, cracked ceiling. Then the sobbing stopped. I swept the beam left, right, no one. My throat tightened. What if the caller slipped out back? I radioed, negative visible. Checking other rooms. No answer. I paused by the doorway, foot tapping. That's when I caught it. Faint mechanical hum echoing from below. Basement stairs. Another door, half ajar, my pulse spiked. I radioed for backup. 324 to dispatch. Possible victim in basement. Need medics and 242 and 247. The crackling reply, backup en route. I drew my Glock, flashlight beam dancing over peeling paint and scrawled graffiti. Initials carved into wood. 1 step, 2 step, then 3. The hum grew, a dial tone. Cold dread seeped into my bones. At the bottom, concrete walls glistened with moisture. And there it was, an old rotary-style speakerphone. Off the hook, cord coiled on the floor, tone looping. Breathing shallow, I snapped the receiver back. The buzzing cut out like static killed. Then laughter, low, wet, malformed, crawled from the far corner. The beam swung. A man lurked there, jeans torn, eyes wild. One hand clamped over his mouth, the other gripping a revolver. The metal caught the beam. He pressed it to his temple. Time slowed. I aimed my Glock high ready. "Drop it," I shouted, voice cracking against the concrete. The figure shifted, shoulders twitching, then shot up his arm in a mirror image. I squeezed off 2 rounds. The shots echoed, ricocheting off walls. He screamed, staggered, dropped the revolver, hands balling into fists. I cuffed his wrists, chest heaving. Upstairs, my backup blazed in, sirens off but lights painting the walls. Medics swarmed in. One clipped a stethoscope around his neck, nodding to me. The suspect lay groaning, murmuring between clenched teeth, "You shouldn't have come back." No one got that time, just me. I remember the medic hauling him out, the recycling clang of the ambulance doors. I radioed clean. 324 clear. Shots fired, suspect detained, no fatalities. Scene turning over to detectives. I returned to the cruiser, hands trembling, chest still thrumming. I wanted to throttle the radio off, but then it crackled. 324, confirm status? Clear, I managed. I shut it down and eased back onto Hollow Creek, eyes flicking to the dark shape of the house. Later, back at the station, I wrote my report until dawn. After that, sleep was impossible. Visions of that basement, cold concrete, humming dial tone, his laughter, played behind my eyelids. I started calling in extra counseling sessions, but the shrink only took notes. He asked if I'd experienced flashbacks. I nodded, throat too tight for words. A week passed. I tried normalcy, traffic stops, welfare checks, 2 a.m. coffee runs at Jerry's Diner. But at exactly 2:47 a.m. every night, my heart would seize. My phone would light up with that phantom dispatch chime. No call, no text, just the memory. I dug into records, county archives, old newspapers. The house at 145 Hollow Creek Road had belonged to the Thornton family. Vacant since the mother disappeared in 1998. Dad found hanging in the barn weeks later. 2 children placed in foster care. Officially, the property was condemned, but nobody ever demolished it. Ghost stories clung to it. One night, 3 nights after the incident, I sat in my cruiser behind the house, notebook open. Headlights off. I checked the time. 2:47 exactly. Radio silent. No hum. Then my phone buzzed. New voicemail from unknown caller. Fingering my radio mic, I braced. The playback clicked on, static. Then a girl's voice, soft and far away. "Why won't you come back?" The line dropped. No more static. Just the night and my blood turning to ice. My hand slipped off the phone. I looked up. The house windows stared back at me, dark and empty. But I heard laughter again, muted, right behind me. I spun around, empty road, mist curling in the beams. That's when I knew. I had to go back inside. Not as a cop, but as someone who needed answers, who needed to face whatever was waiting in those shadows. I flipped on the cruiser, radioing dispatch. 324, I'm going in again. I need one more unit and medics on standby. My voice sounded hollow. Dispatch hesitated, then replied, Unit 324, additional backup 247 and 242 en route. ETA 5 minutes. I killed the radio. I pocketed my phone. I stepped out into the gravel, rain beginning to fall. Each drop splashed against my helmet. I squared my shoulders, flashlight in one hand, Glock in the other. I crossed the driveway, the night pressing in. My boots sank into mud. The door loomed. I took a breath, and I put my hand on the knob. My hand trembled on the doorknob, cool metal slick beneath my glove. The rain had turned the gravel into mud. Each step forward squelched beneath my boots. The night pressed in around me, black and unrelenting, broken only by the pale beam of my flashlight. Backup units were 5 minutes out, or so dispatch said, but if I waited, I'd never convince myself to go inside. Everything in me screamed to turn around, to call it off, but I stepped over the threshold and into the house once more. The front door swung shut behind me with a solemn click that echoed through the entryway. My flashlight stabbed into the gloom, revealing the overturned chair I'd seen 2 nights before. Its legs splintered as if someone had fallen against it. The smell of damp wood and mildew was stronger now, almost cloying. I swallowed past the lump in my throat, tightened my grip on my Glock, and started to move. I passed rooms I'd already searched. The living room, with its shattered picture frame lying face down. The kitchen, with a sink half filled with yesterday's rainwater dripping through a leaky roof. I didn't bother rechecking. They were empty. My focus was on the basement, on whatever had called to me through that dial tone, that tortured laugh. Voices crackled faintly on my radio. 247 here, ETA 90 seconds, said a calm female voice. Medics are standing by. I whispered, copy that. No relief there, just the knowledge that more eyes would soon shine into this same darkness. I moved down the narrow hallway toward the stairs, my boots whispering on the threadbare runner. Each step felt heavier. At the foot of the stairs I paused, shining my light upward at the cracked ceiling. A web of mold stretched across the plaster like dark veins. My breath hitched, and I reminded myself, this is a house. It can't be alive. I edged down the stairs, one careful foot in front of the other, counting them silently. 1, 2, 3. The wood groaned, complaining under my weight. Mid-stair, the beam of my flashlight landed on something new. Footprints in the dust, small, bare footprints, like a child's. They led up the banister. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I swept the light around. The footprints continued, into the living room, across the floorboards, and then vanished at the threshold of a closed door I hadn't noticed before. A bedroom door, paint chipped and swollen. I flicked my radio to life. 324 to all units. I've found footprints. Size indicates a child, moving from the basement up through the first floor. Door ahead, locked. Recommend breaching tool. Static, then the dispatcher. 247 and 242 are nearly on scene. Hold position. I swallowed hard and pressed my shoulder into the door. It creaked but held fast. My fingers fumbled at the lock. I rapped knuckles against wood. "Police! Open up!" My own voice sounded strange, hollow. No answer, no whisper of movement inside. I kicked. The door shuddered, but the frame held. I fired 2 rounds at the handle. Not enough to penetrate, but to unbalance the lock. Splinters flew. The latch clicked. I twisted the knob and threw the door open in one swift motion. Inside, the air was still and stale. Moonlight filtered through a cracked window, illuminating a small bed draped in moth-eaten quilts. A single toy soldier lay on the pillow, its paint chipped. The footprints led under the bed. My flashlight flicked to the gap between floor and baseboard. A thin, dark stain caked on the wall. It looked like dried blood, smeared across the plaster in jagged lines. My stomach rolled. I crouched and traced the smear with my gloved fingertip, sticky, fresh. I radioed, voice tight. 3024. Possible biohazard in bedroom. I need medics now. No sooner had the words left me than a high-pitched giggle echoed through the corridor. I jerked upright, heart in my throat. The light swung to the doorway, and there she stood. A little girl, perhaps 7 or 8, pale skin ashen, nightgown torn, dark hair matted. Her eyes reflected my flashlight like glass beads. She blinked once, smiled, and turned away, her bare feet leaving more prints in the dust as she drifted down the hallway toward the basement stairs. "Hold on," I called, but she didn't slow. She passed through the wall of shadow like mist, stepping onto the staircase as though it welcomed her. My jaw clenched. Part of me wanted to chase her, to catch her and get her out of here. The larger part of me shrank back, whispering that something was very wrong. My radio crackled. "Units on scene, 324. Copy," I forced out. "Suspect, or victim, child. Just saw a child heading downstairs. I'm following." The cool air spilled out of the basement door, rolling over my head like a tide. A soft glow pulsed from below, an orange flickering light that couldn't be from any bulb. I raised my flashlight and aimed it into the yawning mouth of the stairs. The little girl was gone, and in her place lay a single shoe, caked in mud, resting on the top step. I clenched my teeth and stepped down. The basement door swung shut behind me with a bang, and I reached out to wrench it open, fingers scraping the cold wood. But before I could, the orange glow pulsed again, and I realized it came from further within. The stairs ended in a small landing. My flashlight beam caught something pinned to the wall. Photos, dozens of them, tacked up in a collage. Faces frozen in time. A smiling family of 4 in the yard. A child grinning with an ice cream cone. A stern man in a suit. A wide-eyed teenager slumped against a school locker. Each photo was marred by a jagged slash. Knife cuts scored through the emulsion, yet still tacked in place. My pulse thundered. I recognized 2 of the faces. The Thornton mother and father, dead for 27 years. I swallowed bile. Fingers trembling, I approached. The air smelled of rust and earth. Below the collage, someone had written with thick black marker, "They never left." A metal clatter sounded behind me. I spun, flashlight flicking to the farthest corner, where a tangle of pipes and boxes made a utility closet. The door was swinging open, slow as a yawning mouth. My breath caught. In the dim glow, I saw something move inside. Long hair drifting, a small hand reaching out. "Freeze!" I barked, gun raised. Silence, then the faint mewling of a child. I edged closer, flashlight illuminating a little girl curled on a metal shelf. She stared up at me, wide-eyed, clutching a teddy bear's head. One of the bear's eyes was missing. "Hey, kid." My voice sounded foreign, strained. "It's okay. I'm going to get you out of here." She just stared, unblinking, and then shook her head. The teddy bear fell, and I heard a metallic clink as her hand brushed against something on the floor. I swept light down, a revolver. The same chrome revolver I'd shot him with, lying in the center of the concrete slab. My mind went cold. How did it get here? How was he? The little girl pointed at the gun and whispered, voice echoing in the only way voices do in those tomb-like spaces. "He's waiting." Before I could react, the collage above me snapped. A splintered board jostling, photos fluttering, and a guttural whisper slithered through the pipes. "You came back." My heart lurched. I shone my light upward, but the beam caught nothing but peeling paint and exposed wiring. My radio crackled. 324, you copy?" I swallowed hard. I'm at the bottom of the stairs. Small room. Need backup now." Static. No reply. Footsteps on concrete, not mine, not the medics. Slow and deliberate. Coming closer. The little girl squeezed the bear tighter. Her lips quivered. I raised my gun. Footsteps halted. Then a muffled thump, as if something heavy had been dropped. The basement lights, ones I hadn't noticed before, flickered on, bathing the walls in harsh, fluorescent glare. The photos on the collage glowed unnervingly. And in the center of that glow, stepping out from behind the shredded board, was the man I'd shot. His eyes hollow, blood seeping through his shirt sleeves, revolver loose in his hand. I dropped low, training my Glock on him. "Drop it. You're under arrest." He cocked his head, silence stretching like a prelude. Then, in a voice that rasped like metal on metal, "I told you. You shouldn't have come back." And behind me, the little girl burbled a laugh, high and clear, as the basement door slammed shut somewhere upstairs. Darkness swallowed us whole. The concrete floor slipped beneath my boots as I backed away from the tacked-up photographs, heart hammering. The little girl's laugh tinkled in the stagnant air like broken glass, and the man I'd shot, some blend of living flesh and something darker, stepped fully into the flickering glow, revolver drooping in his hand. Behind me, the utility closet door slid shut with a hollow thud. I snapped my head toward it and saw the metal handle tremble, as if gripped by an unseen force. I raised my Glock, finger poised on the trigger, but my breath came in ragged gasps. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, but the only way out was up those stairs, past the footprints and the slashed family photos, through the hallway, and over the broken chair in the entryway. My radio lay forgotten on the floor, dead battery or dead signal, I couldn't tell. Backup had to be close, but silence answered my frantic calls. The little girl tilted her head, eyes glinting. She pointed up at the low ceiling. "He's under here," she whispered, voice distant and hollow. My flashlight beam flickered as the bulbs threatened to die. I swallowed and edged forward, keeping both targets, child and specter, in the same frame. Every step brought a wet drip of water from a corroded pipe overhead that spattered onto the cracked concrete. As I passed the collage, the man took a lumbering step forward. His shirt was soaked through at the chest, dark rings fanning out in the fabric. A low rumble reverberated in his throat, neither human nor animal. Yet every instinct told me he was real and deadly. I squeezed my eyes shut, forced my fingers to unclench and let the safety off. "Move!" I barked at the child. "This way." But she only giggled, glue-eyed and immovable. She drifted backward into a shadowed corner, then merged with the dark until she was gone. A sudden dread rolled through me. She was bait. The man raised his revolver slowly, cocked it with a rasp that set my teeth on edge. I flinched, pressed the muzzle of my Glock against my palm. Not enough to fire, but enough to remind myself I still had options. I edged sideways, tracking him with my flashlight. The shadows stretched and writhed around us, as if alive. A crash of metal from somewhere deeper in the basement made me whirl. My pulse spiked. Something had fallen. Toolbox, pipe, body. My feet carried me toward the sound, adrenaline surging. The suspect's laugh, a guttural, warped mimicry of joy, chased me. I rounded a stack of crates and saw an old trap door set into the floor. Bitumen cracked edges splintered as though forced open. My training told me to hold position, call for containment. But training doesn't account for the blood-red glue of fear that binds your limbs. I knelt and pried at the hatch with trembling fingers. Below, beyond the broken slats, glowed a dim, sulphurous light, yellow and wavering, like a row of candles. A fetid draft curled upward, carrying the smell of rot and something else, something metallic, like copper and old earth. I glanced back. The man stood at the top of the stairs, revolver spinning in his hand. He smiled, a crooked thing that slid over his pale features. "Come down to me," he hissed. "Find her." And then the little girl's voice, distant but clear. "Hurry!" I dropped the hatch cover and clambered through the opening, each finger clutching the rotting frame. The air hit me like a slap, wet, cold, thick with the smell of decay. I landed on damp soil, knees sinking into loose earth. I shined my light around. A narrow tunnel stretched away, carved roughly into the bank under the house. Walls of mud and exposed root formed a crude corridor. The sulphurous glow pulsed ahead, illuminating wet stones embedded in the walls. My heart lurched. The world above, with its steps and familiar layout, was gone. Below, the tunnel sloped downward, promising either salvation or damnation. My hand closed around the butt of my Glock. I tucked the flashlight between my teeth and advanced. The tunnel narrowed, too tight for me to keep both arms forward. I dropped to one knee, sliding forward on my palms, grit scratching at my uniform. Every breath echoed in my skull. Water dripped from the ceiling, making the floor slick. At one point, my hand brushed against something wet and soft. Soil stained dark, then a tiny shoe sole pressed into the mud. I traced the imprint up to a heel, then to the muddy edge of a little foot. My breath caught. She had come this way. The sulfur glow grew stronger. Ahead, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber carved into the hillside, its ceiling low and arched. The flicker came from dozens of candles planted in rings on the floor, their wax pooling into black rivulets. In the center of the largest circle stood an altar of warped wood, scarred with symbols, initials scrawled in nail-dark blood. They matched the faces: T, L, J, M, Thornton family. Beneath the symbols, words scratched, never forgotten. My flashlight caught movement at the edge of the chamber. The little girl stood there, cradling her teddy bear, its glass eye glinting in the candlelight. She stared at me, expression unreadable, then trotted forward through the ring of light. A slow, swelling chant began, low and indistinct, like the susurration of wind, except it was voices, whispered in unison, ancient and hollow. I raised my Glock, my finger hovered, terror pooled in my gut. Two paths lay before me: follow the girl deeper toward the altar, or turn and claw my way back up through the hatch into the house, and hope daylight sped toward me faster than pursuing darkness. My radio crackled to life, briefly. 324? The voice was half drowned in static. Then nothing. Backup must be stalled at the front door, lost in locks and shadows. The man I'd thought dead strode into the chamber behind the girl. His revolver vanished. Now his hand was empty, outstretched in invitation. His face melted toward me in the dim light, eyes like black pits. Guilt flooded me. Why had I shot him? Would killing him again free me, or were bullets meaningless here? I can help, I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I meant the girl or myself. She looked up at me, eyes flashing with something I couldn't name. Sadness, anger, longing. Her voice rose above the chant. Save me. The candles guttered as a sudden wind gusted through the tunnel, though no opening was visible. Wax sparked and spat. The floor beneath the altar cracked, splitting apart like broken skin, and a low moan came from the fissure. Deep, resonant, alive. I took a hesitant step toward her. My boots sank slightly into the soil, then jolted as if the ground shifted. The fissure widened, sending tremors through the chamber. The chanting swelled into a crescendo of fractured voices. The walls dripped moisture, and shapes writhed in the darkness beyond the candle glow. Forms too tall and gaunt, hunched over, arms sweeping the floor. I should have fired, but something held me back. The girl's silent plea. I set my Glock on the altar's edge, finger easing off the trigger. Every instinct shouted, run, but I couldn't. Couldn't leave her in whatever ritual this was. The man reached for her, his free hand trembling as he hovered inches from her shoulder. She didn't flinch. Instead, she turned her little face up to his and whispered something inaudible. Then she grasped his wrist, and he gasped, more human in that moment than he'd ever been. The chant stuttered, melting into a single dirge of yearning. I slid forward, hands raised. Stay away from her, I said, voice cracking. She's... But the chamber erupted in a roar of voices, as though every spirit bound to this place screamed in unison. Candles exploded in wax and flame, and the tunnel entrance collapsed behind me, burying the hatch under rubble. The exit was gone. I was trapped. Light danced on the man's face, half his own, half something else. He looked at me, eyes now wet with tears. She will be free, he whispered. But first you must choose. My lungs burned. My mouth went dry. The chanting faded into a whisper that circled the chamber like smoke. The girl took a step toward a shallow pit opened at the altar's base, its edges slick with mud. Inside, I could see bones, fragments of ribs, small and fragile, laid out in a deliberate pattern. My skin crawled. I will save her, I said, voice ragged. But tell me how. The man's lips curved into a sorrowful smile. Step in. Silence fell, heavy as stone. The candles flared one last time, then died, plunging me into darkness so complete it felt like being buried alive. I heard her voice, soft in my ear, it's your turn now. I froze in the absolute darkness, pulse hammering in my ears like a war drum. The air tasted of damp earth and something fouler, metallic and sweet, like blood long congealed. My hands scrabbled on slick soil, searching for purchase as the chanting voices receded to a distant whisper. Every instinct screamed to turn back, to claw my way up the hatch and out into the cool night air, but the tunnel behind me had collapsed. Rubble packed over the opening like a tomb. There was no turning back. I pushed myself upright and swept my flashlight across the chamber. The candles lay snuffed on the floor, blackened wicks jutting from pools of wax. The altar stood at the center, scarred and swollen with moisture, its surface etched deep by knives and nails. Around it, the symbols for T, L, J, M, Thornton family initials, gleamed in the faint ember glow still clinging to the stone. Beneath them, the words "Never forgotten," scrawled in dried blood. My shoulders ached under the weight of my vest, but I knew I couldn't linger. Somewhere in this chamber lay the little girl I'd seen, her presence both promise and threat. I limped toward the altar, the tunnel's mud sucking at my boots, each step jarring my bruised ribs. The chant returned, soft and mournful, a dirge rising from cracks in the walls as though the house itself were chanting over a grave. "Child," I whispered, voice brittle, "I'm here." No answer, only that eerie echo bouncing off the damp stone. Then I saw her, huddled in the deepest shadows beyond the altar circle, pale face half hidden behind a curtain of matted hair. She rocked back and forth, clutching the teddy bear, its one glass eye catching the last glow of my flashlight. Her dress was torn and stained, and her small body trembled. I knelt beside her, gently extending a hand. "It's okay, I'm going to get you out." She looked up, eyes empty as wells, too old, too knowing, and shook her head. Her lips parted, and a voice leaked out that was both hers and not hers. "He won't let us go." A cold gust rattled through the chamber, stirring dust and ash. The floor beneath the little girl cracked, splitting in a fracture that ran like a spider's leg toward me. The marrow-chilling whisper slithered from that rift. "You cannot save her." My hand slammed against the altar as I fought to stay upright. I glanced at the grinning man, some grotesque fusion of the Thornton patriarch and whatever horror he'd become, standing at the chamber's edge. His eyes glinted in the dark. I raised my Glock, finger on the trigger, but the weapon felt impossibly heavy. He advanced, boots silent on the damp earth, revolver gone and replaced by a crude ceremonial dagger stained dark at the tip. "She belongs here," he rasped, voice a rattled whisper, "and so do you." I swallowed bile. My chest constricted, breath coming in short, painful rasp. Every memory of training, every call to protect and serve, warred with the primal terror binding my limbs. Yet beneath the fear burned a furious resolve. I wouldn't become another lost memory on these walls. Something in me snapped. I lunged for the altar, toppling candles, scattering the circle. The man hissed and lunged after me, dagger raised. I rolled aside, mud spraying, and scrambled for the little girl. She stared at me, eyes wide, no longer glassy but shining with desperate hope. "Come on," I barked, voice raw. I scooped her into my arms. Her body was childlike, but the weight of centuries pressed on my heart. She burst into a screaming wail the moment I lifted her, a sound that reverberated off the walls like shards of ice. The man howled, claws of fury scraping the stones as he came at me. I stumbled backward, hugging the girl tight, and aimed my Glock at his chest. My hand shook so badly I squeezed the trigger twice, but the shots rang hollow and muted. No impact, no recoil, as if the chamber were beyond bullets. My eyes widened in disbelief. He advanced anyway, dagger slicing the air. I couldn't think. Only one thought remained. Escape. I bolted toward the tunnel mouth. The little girl's sobs muffled against my vest. The walls knit closer, roots clawing at my shoulders. The chanting rose again, as though the house animated every stone to block my escape. I reached the broken hatch and hurled myself upward, burying my fingers in splintered wood. The world lurched, I heaved, and loose earth spilled over me. I crawled out of that tomb, mud streaking my uniform, clutching the terrified child as I slithered back into the main tunnel. Above, the house's foundations trembled, a low groan that shook loose bits of dust and brick. My flashlight flickered, panicked failing lights. I stumbled through the narrow passage, slipping on wet soil, the little girl's weight pulling me downward. I forced myself to follow the faint railroad of light at the far end, pushing through claustrophobia that pressed in on all sides. Then, at last, The tunnel spat me out onto the back lawn in a rain of loose stones. I collapsed in the grass, coughing up the stench of rot. The little girl curled into my arms, sobbing. Above us, the house loomed, windows like empty eyes. Lightning fractured the sky, and the house seemed to pulse in the flash, breathing. I sat there, shaking, until the first patrol car crested the driveway. Its headlights cut a path through the darkness. 2 officers jumped out, weapons drawn, rushing toward us. "Unit 324, one of them yelled. "What the hell happened?" I shielded the child with one arm and stood unsteadily, pointing at the house. "She's here," I rasped. "In the basement. Something. You need to see." They hurried to the front door. I watched, chest heaving, as they breached it with handheld lights, their radios crackling. In the glare of their beams, the house's features softened, ordinary wood and plaster, but its presence still felt malevolent, as though it had just swallowed my soul. An ambulance pulled up moments later. Medics bundled the girl onto a stretcher, wrapping her in blankets. She looked at me once, eyes wide and ancient, and whispered, "Thank you." Then she was gone, sucked into the maw of the back of the ambulance, doors slamming shut. I followed at a staggered pace, answering questions. One officer snapped photos of the mud-caked hatch behind me. The forensics team scuttled from room to room inside the house. But in the noise, I heard nothing but my own ragged breathing and the distant echo of that girl's wail. Hours later, in the ER hallway, the child lay under fluorescent lights, her eyes closed as monitors beeped. A doctor told me she'd been in shock, but physically uninjured. The hospital staff wouldn't talk about why she was alone on Hollow Creek Road, why no missing child report matched her description. She'd given only one detail. They promised me family. I stepped outside into pre-dawn quiet. Thin drizzle misted the parking lot. I pulled my service revolver from its holster, my backup weapon, and held it in my hand. It felt real, loaded, reliable. My backup Glock had jammed. This was the only firearm I could trust now. I checked my phone. No missed calls, no dispatch notifications, only the time, 5:17 a.m. The day shift would be here soon. I slid the revolver into my coat pocket and leaned against the hospital wall, head bowed. My radio crackled once, a static hiss that made my spine go cold. Then dispatch. "Unit 324, are you there? Please respond." Relief flooded me. I keyed the mic. 324 here. Situation under control." My voice sounded distant, hollow. "Dispatch, do you read?" No answer, just static. I clicked off the radio. The sky lightened to steel gray. Rain slicked the pavement, running in rivulets toward the storm drains. I looked up at the hospital windows, then across the lot at my cruiser, headlights still on. In the seat lay something small, half hidden by the center console. A tiny shoe, muddy and half torn at the sole. My breath caught. I reached for it. When I picked it up, a chill raced through my bones. The shoe was ice cold, though the morning air was warm. And inside, pressed into the insole, I saw scrawled in dried blood, "Will you come back?" My hand shook violently, and I dropped the shoe. It skittered across the pavement, coming to rest at the curb. I stared at it as if it held the answer to every question. Behind me, the hospital doors hissed open. A nurse poked her head out. "Officer, we need your statement about the child." I turned slowly, then walked toward the entrance, every step heavier than the last. Rain pelted my uniform, beads of water dripping from my hair. As I reached the sliding doors, they closed behind me with a soft click, and I heard it then, faint through the glass. The unmistakable, endless hum of a dial tone. Would I ever escape the house that demanded my return? I remember the engine's steady hum as we rolled down Hollow Creek Road, the glow of the dashboard reflecting in my windshield like a pair of looming eyes. The clock read 2:15 a.m. on December 3rd. My partner Sam Madden and I had just passed the old church steeple, its bell tower silent in the winter air. Ice crusted the edges of the road, but the pavement was mostly clear. We'd been on night shift for 2 weeks, learning the roads, the radio codes, the uneasy rhythm of small-town policing. The dispatcher's last instruction crackled low. Welfare check at 1212, Pine Hollow Drive. Caller's ex-boyfriend concerned for her safety. Routine. We'd done a dozen such checks, all ending in reassurances or a quick drive-off. But even routine can turn dark when the wind shifts. Pulling up to the ranch-style house, I killed the engine. The street lamp overhead flickered twice before fading, leaving our cruiser bathed in moonlight and the distant glow of Sam's flashlight. I clicked the mic. Unit 12 on scene, clear for welfare check. No reply from dispatch. Inside, silence. I glanced at Sam. His breath fogged the passenger window. He'd been with me for a year, steady as they come, but I could feel his shoulders stiffen. I slipped my duty belt tighter and reached for the ram. "Let's do this," I said, voice low. Sam nodded, checking his holster, radio strapped to his chest like a lifeline. We pounded on the door. 3 firm hits. "Police, welfare check." My knuckles stung against the wood. Nothing. Sam tried the number the caller gave us. 2 rings, then dead air. I knocked again, more insistently. "Julia Reynolds, open up. We need to make sure you're okay." Through the door, I heard a muffled sound, a ragged breath, a plea or a threat I couldn't tell. My heart thumped, and I reminded myself, stay calm, follow protocol. I whispered into the mic for backup and EMT's stage, then braced the ram against the door and let my weight fall. The wood cracked. Inside, the smell hit me first, cold damp, mold, and something metallic, like stale blood. My flashlight beam caught a scattering of mud by the threshold and footprints leading down a dim hallway. The overhead lights were dead. I scanned the breaker box, fuses intact. Sam's light illuminated candles arrayed along the walls, their flames flickering in time with my pulse. It felt deliberate, ritualistic. The walls were scrawled with lines from Revelation and the Psalms, each letter thick with dried crimson. "It is finished. Fear not, for I am with you." I swallowed hard. This wasn't a domestic dispute, it was a scene. We advanced carefully. Sam stayed just behind me, covering my 6. My boot echoed on the hardwood floor, each step a countdown. I heard a drip, water or something heavier. Around the corner, the bedroom door stood cracked. A faint glow spilled through. We drew closer. I called again. "Julia, it's Officer Parker." "We have EMTs waiting outside." No answer, just that dripping. I edged the door open. Candles flared in my light, dozens lining the bed frame, on the dresser, clustered on the floor in a half circle. In the center, Julia Reynolds knelt on the carpet, her back to us, head bowed. Her shoulders shook. The bathroom door lay open next, the drip louder now. I signaled Sam, and we moved together, boots silent on the tile. The tub was full of dark, muddy water. Beneath the surface, I caught the glint of something metal. My stomach churned. Julia sat in the water, knees drawn to her chest, skin chalk white. Drops of blood clung to her arms. She didn't flinch at our entrance, eyes wide but unfocused. I crouched, voice soft. "Julia, can you hear me? Do you want to stand?" She tilted her head, water sloshing, and whispered, He promised I'd never be alone. My throat tightened. I radioed for rescue to enter. EMTs, proceed to the front door. We have a patient. Sam flicked on his helmet light. I reached for my gloves. The temperature in the room felt artificially cold, like the flickering candles were only masking the real chill. I touched Julia's shoulder. Flesh felt stiff, numb. She tried to pull herself up, but her legs slipped. I rolled up the sleeves of my jacket, braced one hand behind her knees and the other under her shoulders, lifting her free of the water. Her breathing was shallow, rattling. As I helped her toward the threshold, my light caught more writing. Words etched into the tile with something red and congealed. Abide in darkness. We wrapped Julia in a thermal blanket. Sam steadied her head as I signaled EMTs to take over. Her eyes flickered, and I thought I heard a scratch behind me, sharp, deliberate, coming from the bedroom. I froze. Sam's jaw clenched. The EMTs wheeled her out, past the flickering candles and those crimson verses that seemed to pulse. Outside, the cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and frost. Julia's stretcher disappeared into the ambulance. Doors slammed. Sam and I watched the taillights fade. Back at the doorway, the house stood silent again, candles guttering lower. I stepped inside, flashlight sweeping. Every fuse, every breaker, no explanation for the lights. I radioed dispatch. Unit 12 clearing scene. Code 4-. But my voice sounded hollow. In the hallway mirror, my reflection wavered between light and shadow. I heard that scratch again, closer now, like fingernails on wood. I turned, heart pounding. There was no one there, just the hum of the engine idling outside and the distant echo of Julia's last words. I exhaled, trying to steady my hand. At the far end of the hall, one candle winked out on its own, then another. The writing on the walls glowed faintly as if alive. I reached for my radio, no signal. My breath came out in quick bursts. I looked back at Sam. He checked the radio, then me, and his eyes said the same thing. We were not done here, not by a long shot. The wind had risen, rattling the brittle candle flames we'd left guttering in Julia's bathroom. Sam and I sat in the cruiser a quarter-mile down Hollow Creek Road, fogged windows framing our silent vigil of the house at 1212 Pine Hollow Drive. I thumbed my radio. No traffic, no static. Nothing but the low rumble of the idling engine and our own ragged breathing. The memory of Julia's ashen face and the blood-scarred walls haunted every shadow. I stared at Sam, his eyes fixed on the dark windows, and whispered, "Do you feel like we left something behind?" He didn't answer for a long moment. Then, soft as snowfall, the dispatcher crackled. "Unit 12, neighbor called back. Reports scratching noises inside the residence. Sounds like fingernails on wood. Can you confirm status?" My stomach dropped. We were code 4, clear scene, except we weren't. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12, I said, heart thudding. "We're staging. We need to recheck the premises." Sam cut the engine. "Let's get back in there," he said, voice low. We moved like shadows across the icy lawn, breath steaming in our masks. The front door gaped open. Candles half snuffed in a ragged circle around the threshold. I tightened my gloves and checked my sidearm. Safety on. Finger off the trigger. Sam flipped on his spotlight, sweeping the foyer. The mud prints we'd tracked in lay half erased beneath broken wax. I stepped over the blackened puddles where Julia had knelt, each footfall echoing into the house's pulsing silence. "Check upstairs," I told Sam. He swallowed and crept toward the staircase, flashlight dancing across the banister. I backed him, watching for anything out of place. A swaying curtain, a fallen picture frame. At the top, Sam paused, angle of his light narrowing on a door slightly ajar. "I hear breathing," he whispered. I crept beside him. The guest room door stood open 4 inches. Inside, a single candle flickered on the nightstand. The bed sheets were twisted, wet at the corner. On the wall above, scribbled in what looked like rust-colored mud, "He watches from the dark." My pulse spiked. Sam's breath came in shallow gusts. "Nothing else in here," Sam said. But as he backed out, his spotlight caught a black smear trailing down the wall, like a handprint smeared in old blood. I knelt, inspecting the stain. The texture was dry, crackling at the edges. I dabbed it with my glove. No dust, no flaking. Someone had scraped it on with purpose, someone still inside. We retreated downstairs, hearts hammering. I radioed for backup to stand by at the front yard and requested K9 units. This had gone beyond a routine welfare check. Sam checked the breaker box again, lights still dead. The house had swallowed every ounce of power, leaving only these candlelit fragments of horror. As we turned toward the hallway, a scraping sound sliced through the darkness. Something dragged across the hardwood floor. We both froze. I whispered, "Did you hear that?" Sam nodded, eyes darting. The sound came again, soft, deliberate, like fabric being torn. It came from the master bedroom at the end of the hall. My spine tingled. We edged forward, weapons drawn but low, voices silent. The master bedroom door hung open. Inside, more candles, dozens this time, arranged in geometric patterns on the floor and dresser. We stepped over long shards of broken glass from what had once been the mirror. The air tasted metallic. My flashlight beam landed on fresh droplets of blood on the carpet, leading to the closet. The scratching stopped. I slowly pulled the closet door open. The hinges groaned, and Sam's light flickered over dozens of tattered pages stuck to the wall. Journal entries, maybe, ripped from a Bible or diary, each marked with red crosses. Then I felt it. A presence behind me. So close I could smell its breath, rotten, cold. I swung around. Nothing but a dark silhouette at the far window, slumped as if sitting in a chair, head bowed. My heart lodged in my throat. I called out, "Hey, show yourself." The silhouette didn't move. Sam's hand gripped my shoulder. The silhouette shifted, rising, tall and jerky, as if its joints were rusted. Candlelight caught its face. Hollowed eyes lipless, pale skull flickering. I nearly vomited. I drew a shaky breath. "Police!" I barked, voice cracking. "Come out!" The thing pressed its forehead against the glass, hands spread wide, long fingers drumming the window pane. Each tap was a hammer blow in the silence. My knees wobbled. Sam backed up, colliding with the dresser. He collided with a candle, sending it skittering to the floor, where it ignited a scrap of paper, sending a sharp flare of flame upward. The figure at the window lurched back, disappearing into the shadows. I heard something crash from the basement, a thud, followed by a low moan. Sam and I exchanged a look. We had to know. We sprinted for the bottom of the stairs, feet slipping on the icy wood. At the base, the door to the cellar stood slightly ajar, darkness pooling behind it. I shone my light down the steps. A muted drip, drip, drip echoed from below. Less than 2 hours ago, Sam and I were certain this was a simple welfare check. Now, it felt like the house itself was alive, hungry, aware. We descended into the cellar, the air growing colder, damp, seeping through my jacket. Our lights revealed broken furniture, dusty boxes, and strange symbols etched into the stone walls. Pentagrams, inverted crosses, words I couldn't read, scrawled in something dark and wet. The dripping led to a corner where a metal basin sat on the floor, crusted with brown sludge. Then I saw her, Julia, bloodless, her arms strapped to the basin's lip by leather cuffs. Her eyes rolled back. Pale foam bubbled from her mouth. She was alive, but only just. I rushed to her side. Sam scrambled for his cuffs, slicing through the straps. Julia gasped, convulsing. She looked at me, pupil black eyes boring into mine, and whispered, "He's hungry." I froze. "Who's hungry?" I asked, voice trembling. She shook her head unnaturally lolling. The basin rattled. Something moved in the sludge. A hand? No, a knife glinted. I snatched the knife, rifled pockets for gloves. Sam lifted Julia into his arms. She sagged like a rag doll. We bolted up the stairs, nearly tripping over the silent ritual implements littering the steps. We burst into the hallway, candles snuffed in our wake. The front door was gone. In its place, the frame hung empty, broken splinters staining the floor. Our cruiser headlights glowed through the wreckage. No other exit. "Go out the kitchen," Sam panted, tugging Julia toward the back of the house. I swept my light ahead. A narrow hallway led to a back door. We charged down it. Suddenly, from the darkness behind us came a chant, low, guttural, as if 1,000 voices whispered in unison. Blood for blood, life for life. Sam reached the door and yanked. Locked. We slammed our shoulders against it. The jam held. I spun, flashlight trained on the chanting. A dozen candles erupted along the walls, guttering into monstrous shapes. Shadows twisting like living creatures. My radio crackled. Backup had arrived, lights flashing outside, but between us and safety stood this maze of nightmare. Julia moaned, head lolling. I unholstered my taser, aimed at the chanting darkness. "Stop! Police!" I shouted. No response, only the chant swelling. My arm burned from the weight of the taser. I glanced to Sam, his face pale, sweat mixing with the frost on his collar. "On 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. We fired into the swirl of shadows. The taser darts hit something. A flinch, a shudder in the darkness. The chant stuttered, then ceased. Silence slammed into us like a freight train. The candles flickered out one by one until our beam showed only empty air and shifting motes of dust. Sam and I stared at each other, breathing ragged. Then, through the hallway, came the sharp click of a lock turning. The back door swung open. Blue lights spilled in. EMTs and backup rushed in. I handed Julia off to them. She slipped from her semi-conscious haze and whispered, You can't leave him." "Who?" I asked. She closed her eyes, a single tear carving a wet path down her cheek. "My savior, he's still here." Sam and I backed out into the cold night, lights and voices swirling around us. The house behind us seemed to sag, like a wounded beast. I looked at Sam. "We need a warrant," I said, "and someone who knows this ritual stuff." He nodded, voice hollow. "Agreed, but..." He swallowed. "I don't think we're done here." I jammed my hand in my pocket, pulled out the small knife we'd found in the basin. The blade was cold, slick with dark residue. I stared at it, heart pounding. "He's hungry," I whispered, Julia's words echoing into the night. The cold wind snatched them away, leaving me with only one thought. Whatever we found tonight, it was far from finished. The first pale light of dawn was crawling across the precinct parking lot when Sam and I finally reached the station. My uniform was stiff with cold and sweat. Every bone in my body felt bruised. Behind us, engineless, the cruiser sat under a shroud of police tape and flashing red beacons. Its headlights off, but the scene still alive in our minds. We stepped inside through the turnstile, heels clicking in the empty lobby, and swallowed the sterile tang of coffee brewing somewhere down the hallway. At roll call, Captain Morales was waiting. Her eyes were narrowed in that way that told me she'd been up all night fielding calls from dispatch and worrying about our welfare. We stood at parade rest as she paced in front of us, arms crossed. "Explain yourselves," she said, voice low enough to keep the sergeants from hearing. "You green-lit a welfare check, then ordered an unplanned re-entry after you were Code 4. You called in K9, SWAT, and EMTs before you even got a warrant. Then you left the scene without securing evidence. What the hell happened out there?" I exhaled, forced my shoulders down. "Ma'am, what we encountered was beyond procedural. There was something ritualistic inside that house. We extracted the victim, but then we realized someone, or something, was still in there. We called for backup and dogs, but before anyone else arrived, the presence chased us out. The candles went out. The walls, they bled. We have to go back." Morales pinched the bridge of her nose. "You two look like hell. You smell like blood and candle smoke. Sit. Debrief. I want a full report on my desk by 0900, and you'll both be available for any interviews the forensic team needs. Until then, no unsanctioned returns." We saluted and retreated to the interview room. The stark, fluorescent lights made Sam's eyes look hollow. He poured 2 cups of coffee from the pot on the corner shelf. I cradled mine as if it were a lifeline. "We've painted ourselves into a corner," Sam said, voice tight. "If we don't go back and document that place properly, someone will, and they'll never believe a scrap of what we saw." I nodded against the scalding rim. "We need a warrant, something solid to bring to a judge. We need to prove there was likely evidence of foul play." I traced a finger around the rim, watching the coffee swirl. "Maybe we get Darby from forensics to come in on her day off. She can run the residue tests, identify the blood type. If it's Julia's or something else, and those symbols, we can get experts." Sam sipped, eyes narrowed. "Julia's still in ICU. Her corneas are burned from who knows what. She's hallucinating. If she slips into full psychosis, she'll be useless as a witness. We need her coherent statement." I glanced at the door, half expecting someone to barge in and send us home, but it stayed closed. "I'll talk to the doc, get her stable, then next shift, our next night, we'll slip back in. No lights, just us, Darby, maybe Ramirez. Fast in and out, document, photograph, seal it." Sam set down his cup, hand trembling. "And if we find something worse, if that thing is waiting for us?" His voice broke on the last word. He rubbed his palms on his trousers. "I don't want to die, Parker." I put my hand on his shoulder. "Neither do I. We'll be careful." Then I paused, hearing my own voice echo the lie. "We'll be fine." By the time Julia's condition stabilized, the house at Pine Hollow Drive was cold and silent again, sealed under yellow tape ringing like a noose around its perimeter. Darby, our forensic technician, met us at the back door just before midnight. She was fresh-faced and skeptical, lab coat pressed, gloves in hand. Behind her strode Detective Ramirez, his expression unreadable but firm. We approached under the glare of our flashlights, the wind rattling dead leaves against the siding. The front door was padlocked, a new, heavy-duty lock installed by evidence techs. I showed the warrant to the uniformed officers, and they broke the seal with practiced ease. Inside, the air smelled of damp plaster, old wax and something sour, like sweat mixed with decay. Darby knelt by the bathroom threshold. "These candle drippings are paraffin with organic additives," she said quietly, flicking her LED headlamp toward the stained tile. "I'm sending samples to the lab. But the residue on these walls," she tapped one of the verses scrawled in what looked like blood. "This is human type B, preliminary, but it's hers or someone else's." She photographed every inch, her camera flash popping in the gloom. Ramirez moved down the hallway, light grazing the guest room. Still, no signs of forced entry beyond the front. Whoever did this did it from within, or was granted access. He tapped the broken mirror shards in the master bedroom. And these pages, what do you make of them, Darby? She crouched beside the ripped pages pinned to the wall. Looks like Bible verses, but they're incomplete and partly Latin. Someone rewrote, then tore the rest away. I'll see if I can identify the scripture. She peeled a scrap free with gloves and slid it into an evidence bag. Sam and I fanned out, photographing footprints traced in mud, candle stubs, the basin in the cellar caked with brown sludge. Each flash drove home how meticulously the scene was crafted. Not a random act of violence, but a ritual, an offering, an invocation. Then I found it. A hidden latch behind the toilet tank. My heart stuttered. I pointed, and Sam pushed the tank aside. A steel ring, recessed into a trapdoor in the floor. Ramirez heard the clink and joined us. We crowded around as I hooked my fingers under the ring and pulled. The floor plate slid back with effort, revealing a narrow brass ladder descending into darkness. Ramirez held his light above. Basement extension? That explains the deeper sounds. He looked at the warrant. We don't have authorization to enter structural modifications. His tone was businesslike, but I saw the curiosity gleam behind his eyes. Darby stood. If it's inside, it's evidence. If we don't document this, we're obstructing a criminal investigation. I swallowed. Her logic was ironclad. Captain Morales' voice crackled over my shoulder on the radio. Unit 12, this is Captain. What's your status? Heat rose to my cheeks. I turned off my mic. Something new, I whispered to the group. We found a hidden cellar. We need to document and secure it. Body cams clicked on. Ramirez tapped his radio. Detective Ramirez to dispatch, requesting approval to breach hidden sub-basement. Confirm we're acting under search warrant. I slipped my own body cam live. The red tally light winked. Sam's breathing came in shallow bursts. I stepped forward, hand on the ladder rail. The wood was slick with moisture. After you, I said to Darby. She swallowed, squared her shoulders, and climbed down. Ramirez followed. Sam and I exchanged a look. We had crossed the line from routine to active investigation, from witness to participant. One by one, we descended into the earth. The air grew colder, fetid, like a crypt. My flashlight caught the tip of the ladder below and the wet sheen of stone walls. Each rung creaked under weight. At the bottom, we stood in a low-ceiling tunnel, carved roughly into bedrock. Walls bore more symbols. Circles within circles, pentagrams intersecting with crosses, runic scrawls in dried blood. My stomach rolled. Darby moved forward, photographing and taking notes. Concentric circles suggest summoning ritual, she murmured. Probably meant to contain something. Ramirez swept the beam over a small wooden altar at the far end, charred, stained black around the edges. On it lay the knife we'd confiscated, still slick with residue. I knelt and swabbed a corner of the altar. This is centuries old, I said, voice echoing. Someone's been using this place. Maybe not just Julia. This runs deep. Sam's light landed on jagged stone steps, leading further down into the darkness. Shit, he breathed. There's more. I stood, heart hammering. We keep going. The team descended. Each step felt heavier, as if we were walking into the belly of the house itself. Drips echoed from unseen corners. Distant scratching skittered along the rock. Ramirez glanced at me. We should leave a chalk trail or string so we can find our way back. I nodded, pulling a coil of red tape from my pocket. We tied lengths along the railing, marking a path that glowed faintly under our lights. Deeper, the tunnel narrowed, forced us to hunch. I realized my heartbeat had synchronized with mine. Thump, 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 then silence. At a fork, Darby hesitated. One passage curved left, the other plunged straight down. "Which way?" she whispered. Before I could answer, the distant sound of footsteps echoed behind us. Slow, deliberate. We all froze. The cavern swallowed our breathing. Footfalls grew louder, uneven, like someone stumbling, dragging one foot. Sam's breath caught. Ramirez leveled his light. "Show yourself," he barked. Silence. Then the scraping began, gear against stone. A shadow loomed at the curve. I raised my weapon. "Police, don't come any closer." The shape hesitated, then lunged around the bend. Julia. Her eyes were black pits. Skin pallid. She wore a torn dress soaked through. Her hair hung matted. In her hand, she held a candle stub, its flame sputtering. She took a step forward, whispering, "He called me back." Every muscle in me froze. I saw Darby's face drain of color. Ramirez's hand shook on his flashlight. I lowered my gun, voice soft. "Julia, it's Mike Parker. You're safe." She smiled, a grotesque, split-lip grin, and blew out the candle. Darkness swallowed her. The tunnel grew colder still, as if the walls inhaled. The sound of her footsteps receded, then stopped. We stood in silence, the red tape our only link to the world above. The air shifted, and I felt someone brush past my shoulder. No shape, no sound. I spun, nothing. Then, from below us, came a voice. Not Julia's. Deep, resonant, like stones grinding together. It whispered, "You should have stayed outside." Silence crashed over us. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath. I turned to Sam. His face was a mask of terror and resolve. "We keep going," he said, voice trembling. "We finish this." We pressed onward in the darkness, the narrow tunnel walls closing in around us. Each footstep echoed like a rifle shot, and our own breathing sounded impossibly loud in my ears. Darby clutched her camera in one hand and a small evidence bag in the other, her face pale beneath the glare of her headlamp. Ramirez brought up the rear, weapon drawn, his flashlight carving a skittish path ahead. I led the way, hand trailing along the damp stone, feeling the carved symbols. Circles, pentagrams, etched deep into the rock. The air was thick with the stench of mold and rust. Every inhale tasted of damp earth and old blood. We followed the red tape markers deeper, trusting them like a lifeline back to the world above. At a bend in the tunnel, I shined my beam through the gloom and saw narrow steps hewn directly into the bedrock, descending further into blackness. The scraping sound, like fingernails on wood, had grown fainter, but I could still feel its echo vibrating through the stone beneath my boots. My pulse thundered as I realized this was the heart of it, the place where the ritual had been completed, where he had been summoned. "Stay close," I whispered, voice raw. The others nodded, stepping warily down into the next chamber. The ceiling here was lower, forcing us to stoop. Our shoulders brushed against the damp stone. At the bottom, the tunnel opened into a cathedral-like cavern. Stalactites dripped unceasingly from above, their plinks a metronome, counting our terror. In the center of the chamber stood a circular dais of carved stone, stained dark at the edges. Around it lay concentric rings of dust and ash, and at the very center, an altar of animal bone lashed with leather straps. My light settled on fresh footprints in the ash, barely human prints, narrow and too long, with a heel-to-toe stride that didn't match any boot we had. Sam caught my eye, his face a mask of disbelief and dread. "I've never seen anything like this," he whispered. "Not in the books, not in training." Darby crouched at the dais, photographing each detail. She muttered, "This looks like a summoning circle, but not earthly. Some of the runes aren't Latin. They're, I don't know, pre-Christian, maybe Mesopotamian or older." Her voice trembled as she peered through her camera's viewfinder. "Whatever's here, it predates Julia's ritual by centuries." I swallowed against the rising nausea. So we might be dealing with something that's been waiting here. My words trailed off, swallowed by the cavern's vast hush. Suddenly, from somewhere beyond the dais, a low rumble shook the earth. Our flashlights danced wildly as we staggered, bracing against the shock. The rumble grew, a guttural groan, like rock grinding on rock, or something awakening beneath us. I shone my light around the edge of the dais. The footprints led off toward a tunnel on the far side, one we hadn't marked. "We follow them," I said, trying to sound decisive, but my voice wavered. "We find out where it leads, then circle back to the stairs." Ramirez swallowed and flicked on his mic. "Team, formation Delta. Eyes on the exit. Let's move." He lifted his flashlight to illuminate the tunnel entrance. The others tightened their grips on their gear. Even Darby, usually unflappable, looked as though she might bolt for the ladder. Step by step, we crossed the cavern floor. The rumble subsided into a low pulse, like a heartbeat beneath the stone. My skin crawled at every beat. When we reached the dark tunnel, footprints turned to smudges, blood or oil on the floor, guiding us onward. I glanced back. The dais seemed to watch us, its stained edges swallowing the light. We entered the tunnel single file. The walls here were slick with moisture, and the air was stifling, as though we'd walked into a living creature's lungs. Each breath felt heavy. My boots slapped against the damp ground, dislodging droplets from overhead. After what felt like an eternity, the passage narrowed again, then opened into a low, squat room no larger than a bedroom. A single candle burned on a small altar at its far wall, its flame elongated as if blown by an invisible wind. On the altar lay an open book bound in cracked leather, its pages filled with cramped handwriting in a dozen languages. Around the room, 5 figures knelt in a semicircle, faces veiled, heads bowed. Their robes were mud-caked, and each clutched a bone-white effigy of a bird, raven or crow, held upside down so its beak pointed at the candle flame. My heart hit my throat. These were not statues, they were real corpses, preserved unnaturally, skin taut, eyes sewn shut with coarse thread. I felt bile rise. One of the bodies shifted, a faint rasping breath. Somebody was alive, trapped here, bound by black ritual. I raised my light higher. A young woman's face, unmistakably her, Julia's. But how? We'd left her in the ambulance. This must be an echo, a projection, or something far worse. "Jesus Christ," Darby whispered, taking a stumbling step back. They tried to use her." She tapped at the pages of the book. Her name, Julia Reynolds, written here under a blood-red symbol. They were binding her soul to... I can't even read this. Her voice cracked with horror. Sam squared his shoulders. "We free her! Now!" He raked his gaze across the veiled figures, too still to be breathing, too perfect to be corpses. My training screamed to secure the scene, call for backup, but backup was miles away. We were on our own. I stepped forward, scanning the room for traps. My boot nudged a shallow groove in the floor, an incised pattern, part of the summoning circle. I recognized it from the dais above. A seal. If broken, it might unleash whatever they'd bound. But to free Julia, we had to break it. I exchanged a glance with Sam. "We have to break the seal, be ready to run." Ramirez half raised his gun. "What if it works? What if we release it?" His voice was hollow. We could be unleashing something worse. I inhaled, trying to steady my shaking hands. We don't know what else to do. We can't leave her here. Every moral code I'd learned pointed to saving a life, but every horror novel I'd ever read warned about meddling with forces we don't understand. I swallowed hard. Do it. Sam drew his knife and slashed at the carved symbol on the floor. The groove cracked, sending tiny shards of stone flying. Ramirez shoved aside the nearest corpse, its sewn eyes ripping open in a spray of mummified dust. The candle flame guttered violently, then plunged the room into near darkness, save for the strobing beams of our flashlights. We heard it then, a single, keening wail, deep, feminine, twisted. Julia. Her head lifted, stitched mouth parting in a silent scream. The effigy in her hand dropped, and she lurched forward on broken knees, arms outstretched. Her eyes were black hollows, glazing over as though they saw something beyond us. I reached for her, voice cracking. Julia, Julia, it's Mike, it's okay. But before I could touch her, the walls convulsed. The stone surface shimmered, as if alive, melting into shadow. The robed figures dissolved into thick mist that coalesced around Julia's body. She let out a keening cry that boiled the hair on my neck, a sound no human throat should make. Move! I yelled, grabbing Sam's sleeve. We lurched away as the mist advanced, a churning mass of whispering voices and distant screams swirling around our legs. My flashlight beam trembled, catching glimpses of faces, pleading, contorted, hungry, pressed against the stone like insects desperate to escape. Ramirez fired a warning shot. The bullet passed through the mist, dispersing it briefly but sending shards of vapor scuttling across the floor. Darby dropped the book, backing toward the doorway, snapping photos as she retreated. Her camera's flash illuminated a wide-eyed Julia, face half human, half shadow, reaching for us. Sam grabbed Julia by the shoulder, yanking her backward. Her form flickered, sinking into mist, then solidifying again, like a corpse in a nightmare. I heard her voice in my ear, not her words but a chorus. Blood, blood, blood for blood. We surged for the exit tunnel, boots slipping on the wet stones. The walls behind us groaned as if the cavern itself were trying to hold us back. Candle stubs ignited spontaneously along the altar, flickering in mock flame. I slammed into Ramirez, knocking him sideways, then scrambled toward the ladder. Darby was right behind, dragging the book and her evidence bag. At the ladder, Sam half-carried Julia, who hung limp in his arms. I grabbed the side rail and started climbing, one hand on the rung, the other on my flashlight, illuminating the swirling darkness below. Behind me, the mist chased us, a living tide of razor-shaped shadows. I looked down once and saw the altar room glowing with unholy light. The dais cracked, fissures racing outward like sores. From the cracks poured the mist in greater volume, slithering up the tunnel like a serpent. Halfway up the ladder, the mist reached for me, cold tendrils brushing my calves. I kicked and scrambled upward, heart crashing against my ribs. Hands gripped my boots, white-knuckled. I kicked again, freed myself, and scrambled into the narrow hallway above. Darby clambered out next, book in hand, coughing on the stale air. Ramirez set Julia on her feet, and for a moment she stood, eyes glassy, then vanished in a swirl of raw wind that slammed the ladder hatch shut, plunging the below-stairs darkness into silence. We collapsed on the stone steps, breathing in ragged gulps. My radio crackled for the first time since we entered the house. Backup had arrived. Distant shouts, the rumble of boots on the floor above. I climbed the last few steps, worried I might slip and fall back into that abyss. At the top, the hatch lifted. Light from the hallway washed over us. Sam helped Julia, no, the being that had worn her face, toward the open door. I glanced back once, heart hollow, half expecting to see the mist break through. But the hatch closed and the chanting stopped. We emerged into the hallway, uniforms filthy, hands trembling, faces drawn. The forensic team sprawled their gear against the wall, cameras, evidence markers, portable lights. Captain Morales stood there, mouth open, eyes wide. Her gaze flicked from Julia to me. "Jesus Christ," she whispered. "What the hell happened down there?" I met her eyes, voice rasping. "We freed her," I said, "but we didn't leave empty-handed. That house—" I swallowed, chest tight. "That house wants more." Ramirez slumped against the wall, at last lowering his weapon. "We need to seal it," he panted. "Forever." But in my gut, I knew sealing stone and mortar would not be enough. Something had been unleashed, and it had found a way out. My hands still tremble as I sit in my apartment, the blinds drawn tight against the night. I haven't slept more than 50-minute stretches since we sealed that sub-basement. My radio sits on the coffee table beside me, silent, but I know it's only waiting for the slightest crackle. Hour after hour, I stare at it, expecting the static snap that always precedes something I don't want to hear. It's been 3 days, 3 endless rotations of patrols at the station, sunrise briefings, and forced smiles in front of witnesses. At roll call, Captain Morales gave us grudging praise for retrieving the evidence and securing Julia. "Good work," she said, but her eyes held questions. I couldn't answer them. Not about the mist that nearly dragged me back into that cavern. Not about the choir of voices that still whisper under my skin every time I close my eyes. I've been back on night shift, forced by my own insistence. I invited Sam to join me, but he refuses. He said he needs daylight, something normal to cling to. I understand. Daylight feels safe again. Maybe I'll try it tomorrow. Back at Pine Hollow Drive, the house stands silent under police tape, boarded windows like empty eye sockets. Forensics has turned every corner into exhibits. Photos of the dais, the hidden ladder, Julia strapped to the basin. They labeled the artifacts. 5th century altarpiece. Unknown organic residue, type B. Ritual scrawlings. The reports lean toward mass psychosis. A cult, maybe, driven by religious mania. That's the official line. Nobody believes in demons or summoned entities. They won't in our department. But I know what I saw. Late last night, I found myself back at the precinct, more by muscle memory than choice, scrolling through the body cam footage. Over and over, I watched the scene where Sam and I slashed the seal, where the candlelight died, and the mist rushed us like a living thing. I see the figures dissolve, the walls breathe, Julia's face parting in that inhuman scream. I see my own reflection in the camera lens, pale, hollow, haunted. I replay the moment I grabbed the basin knife, still slick with residue, and shoved it into my coat. I should have turned it in. I didn't. It sits under my pillow now, a constant weight. I trace the blade with my finger, fingertips tingling with cold. If I reach for it in a dream, I wake, gasping. 2 hours ago, my phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. He's awake. There was no name, just those 3 words. My heart seized. I stared at the screen, breath catching. My thumb hovered over the reply button before I powered the phone off. I shouldn't have turned the phone back on, but I did. Seconds later, another message. "Come back." I didn't answer. I set the phone face down on the nightstand, listening to the silence scream. What if it finds me here? What if the ritual circle didn't bind it at all? Or what if it bound something else? My own fear. Or my soul. I stare at the scratches on my wrist where I yanked Sam's uniform aside in the basement. I don't remember the cut, but I know it's there. I've done nothing to dress it. I let it bleed on its own. For a week now, red has seeped into the white cotton of my sleeve. Across the room, the radio crackles to life. Just a flicker of static, but enough. I freeze, hand on the blade. The static settles into words? Hard to tell. The low hum of the precinct, even in my apartment, carries a hint of that basement rumble. I lean forward, heart hammering. Unit 12, that voice. Not mine, Sam's, Julia's. A chorus of them, layered together. Then a click. Officer Parker, please proceed with the welfare check. My breath hammers in my chest. The call log on the radio displays 1212 Pine Hollow Drive. My knuckles whiten on the knife handle. Something in me shifts. I slide off the couch, feet finding the floor. The radio flickers. Repeat, Officer Parker, welfare check required. It's not a suggestion, it's a command, a summons. The hallucination calendar in my mind warns, don't go back. But watch me. I throw on my uniform jacket over a plain shirt, tuck the knife into my pocket, and head for the door. I lift the blinds. The street outside is dark and empty, but the corner street lamp pulses once, twice, in time with my heartbeat. I didn't set that lamp to blink. I step outside. In the distance, the street sign reads Hollow Creek Road. The engine of an unmarked car turns over in my mind, though I own none. My boots echo on the pavement. I don't dial dispatch. I don't need to. I know the code. Welfare check. 1212 Pine Hollow Drive. An icy wind tugs at my collar, carrying the faint scent of pine and candle smoke. I walk under that lamp until the circle of light falls on me, then keep going. The mist from my breath merges with the cold air. Each step crunches on frost. When I reach the front gate, the yellow police tape waits, flapping gently, though there's no breeze. I pause. The tape cuts across the path like a barrier between worlds. I touch it, pulling aside the tape. It's warm, surprisingly so, and sticky, like fresh wax. I pull harder. The tape resists, then snaps. I duck under and step onto the lawn. The grass is slick, black dew pooling underfoot. The house looms, windows boarded but alive. I swear I see shapes moving behind the wood. Fingers tapping, dragging. The gate clangs shut behind me. My blood runs cold. I look back. The tape has resealed itself. Yellow ribbon curling around the gate bars, as though stitched by unseen hands. I straighten my uniform, take out my flashlight. Inside, the foyer is empty. Candles lined the walls the last time. Now, every candle is there again, in perfect rows, guttering as I approach. The scrawled verses glow faintly on the plaster. Fear not, for I am with you. I swallow. My radio crackles at my belt. Officer Parker, are you there? Dispatch. But it's my radio, talking, not via the static, but through the speaker. No response from me. I grip the flashlight, feel the knife's handle brush my hip. I step forward, each breath fogging in front of my face. The wooden floorboards creak with each footstep. I follow them, leading to the hallway. The breaker box hums. The lights flash on in time with my heartbeat. I switch off the flashlight. The overhead lights remain on. Too bright, too revealing. The glow highlights every scratch on the walls, every rune, every drop of something darker than blood pooled on the baseboards. I click off the lights. Darkness falls, and candles ignite. My flashlight flickers back on. At the far end, Julia stands in the doorway to the bathroom, wearing that torn dress, hair plastered to her face. Her eyes meet mine, wide black holes. But it's not Julia. Her mouth moves, lips aren't moving, soundless. Then her voice, garbled through the radio speaker. You came back. I draw in a breath, hand flying to the knife. My flashlight settles on her, but it's not Julia's face, it's my own, pale, twisted, staring back at me. My spine twists. I realize I'm looking at my reflection in a mirror propped against the bathroom door. Behind me, the candles wink out. The overhead lights flicker back on, then die, plunging me into darkness once more. The radio crackles wildly, a blur of voices chanting, mixing Sam's voice, Julia's my own. I back away, heart rocketing. The walls shift. Blood-red verses morph into my own words, scrawled in a hurried hand. I summoned him. My mouth goes dry. The handle of the knife burns through my jacket. The blade hums with cold energy. I know what I must do. I raise the knife, hands shaking, and bring it down on the mirror. Glass shatters, shards reflecting a dozen versions of me, all screaming. Then the chanting stops. Silence. For a heartbeat, I stand amid the wreckage. The radio is dead. The candles gutter out one by one until only moonlight streams through the broken window. The verses on the walls fade into empty plaster. The floor is clean, as though the house never knew blood. I drop the knife, blinking. My reflection in the shards. Just me. Uniform askew, breathing hard. No mist, no Julia, no ritual. Outside, the wind rises, carrying a lone, sorrowful siren. Or is that my radio? I lean on the bathroom frame, shaking. The siren goes silent. I close my eyes. When I open them, I'm standing on the sidewalk outside my apartment building. The morning paper lies at my feet, though the date is tomorrow's, December 7th. My name is scrawled in blood across the front page. He summoned him. My pulse seizes. I bend to pick it up. Behind me, my radio crackles back to life, louder than before. Officer Parker, please confirm status. You have a caller on line 1. I stare at the receiver. My hand hovers over the radio mic. My breath comes in ragged whispers. And then, I answer. 12 to dispatch, I say, voice steady. Go ahead. Thank God. A familiar voice sighs. Is that you, Sam? I ask. A moment's silence, then a whisper. It's me, Julia. What have I done? My hand hovered over the radio mic, heart pounding through my chest like a war drum. I whispered into the receiver, Julia, is that you? The speaker crackled with static. Then her voice, soft, urgent, came through clear as day. Mike, come back, I need you. My stomach twisted. I knew there was no Julia on the line. She'd been in ICU, intubated, sedated. The last thing I heard from her was a whisper of fear, not a phone call. I pressed the mic again. Julia, you're in the hospital. How are you calling me? The speaker went silent, and I felt the weight of the night press against my ribs. I killed the radio, flashlight beam dancing across my living room wall. The knife lay on the coffee table, its blade dull in the low light. My reflection in the dark window stared back at me, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, skin clammy. I told myself it was a hallucination, stress, sleep deprivation. The department would back me into a corner if I admitted it. Routine welfare check gone wrong. Father's guilt, forensic reports inconsistent, psych evaluation recommended. But I knew what I heard. I had to know if it was real. Grabbing my jacket, I toggled the door deadbolt, stepped into the hallway. The night was thick with fog, the street lamp outside flickering on and off in my peripheral vision. I imagined Julia's voice guiding me, lead me back. I didn't dial dispatch, I didn't call permission, I just walked. Each step echoed in the empty corridor as though I were the only sound in the world. My boots crunched on gravel as I descended the stairs, toes numb, pulse rattling in my temples. At the cruiser, I paused under the pale halo of the street lamp. The radio was silent. I reached inside the glove compartment for my flashlight but found instead a single candle stub. blackened, wax-dripped, still warm. My breath caught. It wasn't mine. I leaned closer, the faint scent of pine and burning oil rising. I pocketed the candle, slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine roared to life, though I hadn't touched it. I jerked the key out, heart in my throat. The needle on the fuel gauge quivered, pointing to empty. I exhaled. God. I strode around to the passenger side, yanked open the door, and the interior light snapped on. A mirror propped on the seat reflected the dashboard. On the glass, scrawled in fresh wax, "Welcome back, Mike." The letters dripped downward in thick rivulets. My throat closed. I slammed the door, radioing dispatch with trembling fingers. Unit 12, responding to 1212 Pine Hollow Drive. No backup, no code change, just me. The speaker popped with static, but no voice answered. I walked to the front gate. The police tape hung limply again, identical to how I'd left it, yet still warm under my palm. I pulled aside the tape, stepping onto the lawn. Each blade of grass glistened with frost, but the ground beneath was warm, pulsing. I paused at the stoop, flashlight in hand. The front door was closed now, solid wood with no padlock. I knocked, once, twice. Silence. I tested the doorknob, unlocked. I eased inside. The foyer was dark, no candles guttering in neat rows this time, only silence. My flashlight beam traced a path through debris. A shattered lamp, footprints in ash, a smear of wax on the banister. I followed the hallway toward the living room, flashlight slicing through the gloom. In the center of the floor lay a single shoe, Sam's left boot. My heart seized. I crouched to inspect it, scuffed, damp at the toe. How had it gotten here? Sam had refused to join me night shifts. He'd been safe miles away, or so I thought. I pocketed the boot and pressed on. The living room was ice cold, breath fogging in front of me. A thick frost glazed the windows, obscuring any view outside. The chandelier had shattered, crystals scattered across the carpet like diamonds lost. My light caught the fireplace hearth. Hardened wax pooled where 100 candles must have burned. Above it, on the mantel, lay a cracked photograph in a silver frame. Sam and me at the academy graduation, smiles genuine. The glass was smeared red at the corner. I blinked. Was that blood? I reached to touch it, metallic cold, but when my glove made contact, the smear vanished, leaving only a clean image of two naive kids dreaming of justice. I heard a click behind me. I spun, weapon drawn, flashlight shaking. The hallway beyond was empty, yet I heard soft footsteps retreating. I called, "Sam? Julia?" No answer. The footsteps receded, guiding me toward the kitchen. I followed, swallowing bile as the floor dipped into shadow. In the kitchen, the overhead lights flickered on in rapid succession, strobe-like, revealing rows of small white cages lining the counters, each containing an object. A badge, a pocket watch, a broken radio, a half-burned candle. On each cage, a nameplate, Miller, Davis, Ramirez, and one labeled Parker. My stomach rolled. I stepped forward. The door of the Parker cage was ajar. Inside lay the knife I'd stolen, blade stained black. I knelt, lifted it. The wax on the handle was warm, fresh. A whisper brushed my ear. "You took what was mine." I slammed the cage door shut, metal clanging. The whisper became laughter, distant and hollow. I darted out of the kitchen, down the back hallway. The door at the end, a service exit, stood ajar, light spilling in, too bright, artificial. I stumbled toward it, bursting through into a fluorescent-lit corridor that shouldn't exist. The walls were lined with numbered doors, each marked 1212-A, 1212-B. My breath rasped when I saw 1212 followed by each digit of my badge number. Door 1212 then nothing. The nameplate was blank. My hand shook on the knob. I opened it. Inside was my own apartment living room from the night before, furniture draped in dust sheets, TV silent. On the coffee table lay my radio and the sidelined photograph from the academy, both flickering with static. The knife lay beside them, handle protruding. I stepped in. The door slammed shut behind me. I pivoted, trying the knob, locked. My breath caught. The TV flickered on by itself. A single channel, static. For a heartbeat, a montage of faces flashed. Julia's, Sam's, my own reflection, then a faceless figure in a hood. Then the screen cut to black. A single word glowed in red letters. Summoner. I yanked the door handle. It wouldn't budge. The TV snapped off. Silence. I sank to the floor, against the dust-sheeted couch, knife clutched at my side. The photograph on the coffee table slid forward, as if pushed by an unseen hand. I leaned to pick it up. Sam's face cheerful, Julia's radiant, my own half-grin betraying nothing of the horror. When the picture flipped over. On the back, scrawled in the same dripping wax, "Thank you for coming home." A slow rumble echoed beneath the floorboards, like a heartbeat, like a chant. I pressed the blade to my palm, tasting copper on my tongue. A voice whispered from the darkness beyond the couch, "You belong here." I looked up. The door handle twisted from within. My heart soared, then plummeted. The latch clicked. The door swung inward, revealing not the hallway, but the ritual cavern. Candles blazing, dais cracked wide, mist curling in welcome. Figures knelt around the altar, heads bowed, voices rising in unison. "Welcome home, Summoner." The mist parted, and there she stood, Julia, serene, eyes empty black holes, arms outstretched. Behind her, Sam's silhouette materialized, face turned away. She smiled at me, lips red as fresh wax. In that moment, the mist coalesced around my feet, binding me fast. Julia's voice rang out, simultaneously my own voice and not mine. "It's time." The candles guttered, the walls buckled, the mist thickened. I felt the weight of every life I'd touched tonight. Sam, Julia, my own. The chant rose. Blood for blood, life for life. I closed my eyes, raised the knife to the dais. My breath caught. Then I opened my eyes and found myself alone. Only one candle burned at the center of the dais. A single word glowed on its wax. Finish. It was 2:17 a.m. when my cruiser's headlights cut through the fog like a pair of searchlights, illuminating the cracked pavement of County Road 14. The radio crackled softly against the hum of the idling engine. Dispatch confirming the welfare check request on Marisol Hayes, age 33, at the trailer known locally as the Lighthouse. By the time I switched off the engine, the air was thick with damp earth and the distant echo of wind through pines. I checked my gear, flashlight, backup magazine, radio mic. Everything felt heavier under the weight of night. I stepped onto the gravel drive, each footstep sending tiny stones skittering into the dark. The trailer sat off to my left, its faded blue siding dulled by decades of rain. One porch light still burned, though the bulb flickered as if powered by a dying heart. Branches overhead groaned like old bones. I cleared my throat and knocked twice on the door, voice steady. "Marisol, Officer Reynolds, Pocahontas County PD, you okay in there?" Silence answered me, thick as concrete. After 10 seconds, I knelt and peered through a window pane smeared with grime. Inside, the living room lamp lay toppled, its shade cracked, glass shards scattered across the carpet. The air smelled faintly of bleach and something metallic. I straightened and rapped again, louder. No movement. I radioed in. Unit 5 to dispatch. Welfare check at Hayes residence. No response. Preparing to enter. Clenching the light in my left hand, I pressed my right against the door handle and eased it open. The door swung inward with a hollow creak. I stepped into the narrow hallway, boots muffled by a threadbare rug. The overhead bulb buzzed, casting jagged shadows. I flicked on my flashlight and swept the beam around. The walls were lined with framed photographs. A younger Marisol smiling in summer dresses. Family gatherings frozen in time. In one picture, she stood beside a vintage Chevy truck, golden fields behind her. Now, every inch of this place felt abandoned, like memories left to rot. I moved forward, radio clipped to my chest. Hayes? No answer. Only the echo of my own voice. At the end of the hallway, a kitchen doorway spilled pale moonlight. I stepped through and nearly stumbled. A dinner plate lay shattered on the tile floor, a smear of something dark across the linoleum. My pulse quickened. Marisol, can you hear me? The beam caught movement. A figure slipping past the living room threshold. I spun, gun drawn, but saw only the couch, its cushion skewed, blanket trailing on the floor. I paced to the doorway, careful not to trample glass. Stay where you are, I called, voice firmer. The figure stopped. I swallowed. Marisol, it's me. Talk to me. Nothing. Then faintly a whisper. Help me. It came from the bedroom down the hall. I advanced, each step measured, boots scuffing. The bedroom door stood ajar, light from outside seeping in. I pushed gently. The room was empty, save for a bed stripped bare and a dresser drawer pulled halfway out. On the floor lay a single high-heeled shoe, heel broken. My heart thudded. I stepped back and radioed. Need backup at Hayes. Possible terrified subject. Agitated. No immediate threat, but I'm approaching uncertain situation. As I reached for the doorknob, a soft click sounded behind me. I whirled, gun raised, and found Marisol standing in the doorway, pale in the flickering light. Her hair was damp, her face drawn tight. "Officer?" she said, voice trembling. "Ma'am, are you okay?" I lowered my weapon slightly. She nodded, eyes unfocused. Behind her, the hallway stretched into darkness. "He's here," she whispered, gaze flicking to the corner. I shone my light and made out a shape crouched low, a silhouette too tall, limbs unnaturally long. The beam danced across its face, revealing skin stretched too tight, eyes black as tar. "Don't come closer," Marisol gasped, stumbling backward. My pulse surged. I took a half step forward. "Officer, he..." She swallowed and pointed. But the thing moved. It dashed from the corner with a wet crack, lunging at me. Instinct took over. I shouted, "Get back!" and squeezed the trigger. The report jolted through my chest. The creature crumpled, then bolted again, a blur of limbs. I emptied my magazine, each shot echoing off the walls. Screams, hers and my own, filled the trailer. Moments later, the thing lay motionless in a spreading pool of dark fluid. Marisol collapsed against the door frame, trembling. I holstered my pistol and knelt beside her, voice gentle. "I've got you. You're safe." She closed her eyes, head lolling, and I radioed in the shots fired, suspect down, requesting medics and homicide. As I waited, holding her hand, I scanned the room. Fragments of her life shattered on the floor, photos of happier times stained with mud and blood. Outside, the mist thickened. I glanced at the creature again, something inhuman, yet wearing the shape of a woman. My stomach knotted. How could I explain this to anyone? The medics arrived, their flashlights bobbing like ghosts. They lifted Marisol gently, murmuring reassurance as they loaded her onto a stretcher. I followed, pausing to collect evidence. Shell casings, the shoe, a scrap of fabric. Dispatch's voice crackled. "Unit 5, back up en route, send your status." I answered, voice unsteady, giving location and details. Back in the cruiser, I peeled off gloves, hands still slick. Marisol's trailer vanished in the fog as I drove to the station, lights off. My reflection in the rearview looked hollow. Eyes rimmed red, uniform stained. In my pocket, I carried that high-heeled shoe, proof that I hadn't imagined it all. Hours later, I sat at a desk, writing my report. Line by line, I described the welfare check, the agitated resident, the sudden appearance of the creature, the shots fired in self-defense. Each word felt inadequate. When I finished, I leaned back and closed my eyes, replaying the giggle I heard as I emptied my clip, the unnatural grace of that thing as it fell. Now, nearly every night, I drive past mile marker 22 on County Road 14, hoping to see a wrecked trailer, a lone porch light burning. But there's only darkness, and the memory of a face that was not quite human. Sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear her whisper my name on the wind. If you ever volunteer for a night shift out here, remember, the forest watches. And when it speaks, it may borrow the voice of someone you thought you knew. After the medics loaded Marisol onto the stretcher and wheeled her through the trailer door, I stayed behind a few seconds longer than protocol required, eyes locked on that crouching shape I'd shot. The beams from their flashlights danced over its twisted form as the coroner's tech knelt to bag what remained, skin and bone that bent in ways no human skeleton should. My boots echoed on the floorboards. I felt the walls pressing in, the stale air thick with the metallic scent of blood and fear. When they finally closed the door and called out, "Officer Reynolds, we're clear to depart," my legs shook so badly I almost dropped my flashlight. I should have left the scene immediately, but instead stood at the threshold staring into the fog as it curled around the trailer's corners like fingers beckoning me back. Back in my cruiser, I sat for a moment in silence, letting the engine idle and the heater blow warm air across my face. The dashboard clock read 3:04 a.m. My uniform was stiff and heavy, coated with grime from the trailer floor, and fine dust kicked up when the creature hit the ground. I peeled off my radio mic and dropped it on the passenger seat. The void, left by its absence, was deafening. No dispatch chatter, no crackle of traffic stops. Just me, alone, in the thick hush of the night. I couldn't bring myself to drive straight home. Instead, I retraced the gravel drive, headlights off, easing the cruiser close to the edge of the road where the tall pines loomed. I climbed from the cab and leaned against the hood, arms crossed over my chest. The forest was alive with whispered noises, a twig snapping, leaves rustling, with unseen things moving just beyond the glow of my flashlight. I pressed the beam against the nearest tree and froze. There, carved into the bark at eye level, were 3 symbols: a triangle, an inverted V, and a circle. Whoever, or whatever, had left them had done so in fresh sap, the grooves still damp. My pulse pounded so loud I thought dispatch might hear it through my chest. I snapped a photo, hands trembling, then turned and walked back to the cruiser, every crunch of gravel underfoot echoing like gunfire. At the station, the front doors were locked behind me when I walked in at 3:45. The receptionist glanced up, startled. "Hey, Reynolds, everything okay?" she asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes. I nodded, forcing a steady tone. "Just finishing paperwork," I said. In the patrol office, I set my evidence bag on the counter and began logging the shell casings. the scrap of fabric, and the phone-sized chunk of flesh labeled Unknown Subject. My report draft lay on a nearby desk, half filled with bullet counts and theater-level descriptions. I hesitated before typing the line that read, "Subject exhibited non-human physiology, advanced musculature," because writing it felt like signing my sanity away. Lieutenant Watkins appeared in the doorway, coffee cup in hand. His face was pale under fluorescent lights. "Reynolds, squad room, now!" He left no room for argument. I followed, leaving my report open and cursor blinking on the words, "No identifiable victim." In the squad room, 6 of us stood around a rectangular table, each looking at me as if I'd walked out of a horror movie. Detective Ramos cleared her throat. "We got your radio call. Shots fired, suspect down, medics on scene. But the coroner's report says there's no body. This what you saw?" She passed me a laminated evidence photo. The thing's face, a warped mask of human features stretched tight over white bone. Beneath it, another image, the bare floor where the body should have been. All that remained was a dark stain, the shape seeping into cracks between boards. I took a deep breath. That was in the trailer. I saw it move. I shot it. 5 rounds. I watched it collapse. I rubbed my forehead. But by the time the coroner got there, nothing but dried fluid on the floor. The room fell silent. The only sound was the hum of the air conditioner and my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. Lieutenant Watkins folded his arms. "This is beyond protocol. Word's already on the street. If anything leaks..." He shook his head. "Be careful, Reynolds. We'll handle it." But I saw the doubt in his eyes, the flicker of fear. He didn't need to finish the sentence. We all knew what happened to cops who reported things that couldn't be explained. I spent the next 2 hours reconstructing the timeline. Arrival at 2:17 a.m., entry at 2:20, shots fired at 2:23, medical call-out at 2:25, cleared scene at 2:55. I wrote down every detail. Marisol's pale face, the snapping sound when the creature struck, the echo of my Glock's report in that cramped trailer. Then I added one more note under observations. Small tree symbols carved into bark outside. I took a photo from my phone's gallery and attached it to the file as Exhibit E. My hands shook with each keystroke. By dawn, I still hadn't eaten. The coffee I downed tasted like ash in my mouth. I was so focused on the paperwork I almost didn't notice the ache behind my eyes, the ringing in my ears, the slight numbness in my left arm. A knock on the office door jolted me. "Reynolds?" A uniformed officer poked his head in. "Shift change. Captain wants you at intake." He hesitated. "Also, you've got a witness statement from Marisol's neighbor, Sam Carter." My stomach clenched. I hadn't thought about witnesses. Marisol hadn't mentioned anyone else in the trailer. "Bring him here," I said. Sam Carter was a wiry old man whose property shared a split-rail fence with the Hayes trailer. He smelled of tobacco and mothballs. His front porch overlooked the woods, a clear view of the access road. I sat across from him at a small table in the intake office. He tugged at the brim of his baseball hat. "I'm telling you, officer," he said, voice quivering. "That woman had been talking to herself for weeks. I heard her outside late at night whispering. Thought she was praying at first." He swallowed. "But then, 2 nights ago, I saw her. He stopped, eyes darting to the window. I leaned forward. "Saw what, Mr. Carter?" He glanced at my name badge. It wasn't her, not really. It was glowing, like pale fire in her hand. Then she looked at me, eyes black as coal, and smiled like she knew me, screamed and slammed her door. He wiped his eyes. "I heard shots, ran over here, saw your cruiser lights, waited for Dawkins and Hayes to come out. Then she was lying there, bloody. But she didn't look like she was dead." Not right. He gave me an odd look. Saw something move behind the table, crawled away like a rat. I thanked him and sent him home with hot tea from the desk's thermos. His statement joined the file. Marisol speaking to dark shapes, black eyes, glowing hands. It didn't match any known mental illness. That afternoon, I returned to the trailer with Detective Ramos. We pulled crime scene tape around the property and photographed every inch again. The floorboards where the creature fell had been pried up, replaced by fresh planks stained pink. The symbols carved in the tree were still there, but newly scraped, almost like someone had tried to erase them. Inside, the walls smelled of varnish and paint. Someone had come through, washed the blood, repainted surfaces. The trailer felt cold, antiseptic, as though its secrets had been scrubbed away. I ran my gloved fingers over the fresh symbols. "Why clean this up?" I mumbled. Ramos knelt beside me, flashlight beam narrow. "To cover evidence. Somebody didn't want people poking around here. We found no signs of forced entry other than our own initial break-in. Back at the station, Watkins pulled me aside. There's a name for things that bleed, walk, and talk but aren't human. Folklore calls them skinwalkers, shapeshifters, things like that. But we're cops. We deal in facts. Right now, your reports nudge the line between solid evidence and wild stories. I want you to stick to what you saw, how you saw it. No speculation." He paused. "And don't go back out there alone again." I nodded, but the knot in my gut tightened. Alone was exactly how I wanted to go back. That night, insomnia stalked me. I paced my apartment, lights off, radio on low, haunted by the echo of Marisol's whisper. "It's not over." I pored over the case file, photos of the body that wasn't. Sam Carter's trembling testimony, my own notes. At exactly 2:22 a.m., I found myself grabbing my jacket and keys. I told myself I was chasing leads, checking the carvings again, proving to myself it was all memory and fear. I drove back out on the same gravel road, windshield wipers slicing through mist. The temp gauge hovered at 80 degrees, but cold sweat pooled at my collar. I parked just past mile marker 22, stepped out, and raised my flashlight. The symbols were there: triangle, inverted V, circle, but now they glowed faintly in the beam's glare, like phosphorescent mold. My throat tightened. I circled the tree, inspecting the surrounding ground. Footprints, bare, small, and human-shaped, led toward the trailer's back porch. I squatted and traced one print. It didn't match Marisol's shoe size, nor any of our measurements. The print ended abruptly at the porch stairs, as if someone had vanished mid-walk. My pulse spiked. I straightened and trained the light on the trailer's shadowed side window. Movement, just a flicker. I raised my pistol, heart racing. "Show yourself!" I yelled. The mist swirled, and I felt the air ripple like a curtain. Then nothing. Suddenly, a scraping sound from inside. I leaned forward. The back door's latch had been shifted. I wrenched it open, flashlight and gun raised. The kitchen was silent, dark, but for the moonlight casting long, crooked shadows. I moved through the trailer in slow, methodical steps, sweeping each corner. In the living room, the couch was gone. In its place lay a makeshift altar, candles half-burned, spray-painted symbols on the walls, and a photograph tacked to the wall. Marisol, smiling in a summer dress, only her eyes were blacked out. My breath caught. I stepped closer. Beneath the photo, scrawled in crimson paint, 3 words, "Your turn comes." My radio crackled to life. "Dispatch. Unit 5, report in." I glanced at my watch, 2:47 a.m. I clicked the mic. "Unit 5, out here again. Someone's been making a scene." I swallowed, voice firm. I'm secure on scene, requesting backup. As I spoke, I felt movement behind me, a breeze so cold it burned my skin. I turned, sweeping the beam. Nothing. Then that whisper again, breath close to my ear. Stay with me. I spun, gun raised, heart hammering. The beam landed on empty air. I swallowed and steadied myself. Backup en route, I called into the darkness, voice echoing. I knelt and snapped photos of the altar, the symbols, the photo with blacked-out eyes. Each click of the shutter felt like a heartbeat. My skin prickled. Somewhere in the dark, a twig snapped, and I jumped to my feet, flashlight skidding over half-melted wax and dried blood. I turned toward the door and froze. Standing there, illuminated by moonlight, was a figure in a dark hoodie. The hood masked its face, but I could see the silhouette of its head tilted toward me, one hand raised, fingers curling. I shouted, "Show your hands!" but it didn't move. Then, in a voice both Marisol's and impossibly not hers, it said, "You shouldn't have come back." My heart seized. I backed toward the door, gun aimed, finger on the trigger. The figure stepped forward, hoodie slipping back, revealing Marisol's face, pale, smooth, and so perfectly ordinary it was nearly calming. But her eyes, black voids that pulled at my soul. She lifted one hand and pointed at the photo behind me. "Remember this?" she whispered. My mouth went dry. I fired once, the bullet hitting the wall. She didn't flinch. Instead, she smiled, slow, wide, cruel. Then the figure dissolved into mist, swirling past me into the woods. My ears rang as the forest swallowed her words. "You can't save her." I stumbled outside, slamming the door behind me, the latch clicking into place. The night stood silent, save for distant wind. I ran to my cruiser, parked with engine idling. Hands shaking, I drove away without looking back, leaving the trailer and its twisted altar behind. By the time I reached the station again, the sun was beginning to rise. I filed another report. Unauthorized return to scene. Found disturbing altar. No suspect in custody. Lieutenant Watkins read it. Eyebrows drawn tight. "Reynolds, that's self-initiated. You know the policy." He slid it back. "Get some rest." I nodded numbly, returned my gear, and left. In my apartment, I barely slept between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. When I finally closed my eyes, I dreamt of black eyes and a gentle voice begging me to remember. Now, I sit here in the cruiser before a shift change, writing this with shaking hands. My badge is weighed down by the thing I couldn't kill, the thing that might not be dead at all. My partner Lee is inside grabbing coffee. She'll be in soon. I'll lie and tell her it was just a routine check. But the symbols are still etched in my mind, glowing when I close my eyes. And outside, the fog is curling around that trailer again. I can almost hear Marisol's whisper, "It's not over." The next morning's briefing felt surreal. I sat at the long table in the roll call room, eyes bloodshot, uniform still creased from yesterday's chaos. Lee, my partner, exchanged glances with the sergeant as I slumped into the seat beside her. "Rough night?" she asked quietly. I forced a nod. Around us, the crew exchanged wary looks. Ramos had leaked just enough that half the precinct was whispering about my mental health. I cleared my throat and read aloud the official summary I'd turned in. Responded to welfare check at 22 10 County Road 14. Subject agitated. Upon entry, observed non-human entity. 5 shots fired in self-defense. Entity neutralized. No human remains located. Evidence: shell casing, scrap fabric, fluid sample, tree-carved symbols, altar photograph, witness statement from Samuel Carter. Lieutenant Watkins bristled. "We'll file it under unusual incident and keep it in the closed files." Anyone who asks, you can say it was a violent intruder. He pinned me with a look. Understood? I swallowed. Yes, sir. Afterwards, Lee guided me out into the hallway. You'd better rest, she said. But sleep was a stranger now. Over the next 72 hours, I was on administrative duty. Desk work, filing reports, checking in on Marisol's condition. The hospital chart said stable, but the notes mentioned occasional blackouts and that she kept muttering about them waiting in the trees. I tried to visit, but the ward supervisor refused me access, pending psych eval. No surprise there. Each evening around 7 p.m., I drove past the trailer again, hazard lights on, just to see if any new signs appeared. The fresh paint over the floorboards had faded back to wood grain, but the tree symbols glowed faintly in my flashlight beam, almost phosphorescent. I traced each groove, memorizing the shapes. Sometimes I'd catch movement beyond the porch, shadowy figures slipping between the pines. I'd call dispatch, all quiet here, even though my heart thundered. During my off hours, I pored over local news archives for anything similar. Missing persons, strange deaths, unexplained disappearances in Pocahontas County over the last decade. There were whispers of cult activity in the 1980s, journal clippings about cattle mutilations, ritual sites deep in the woods, men in hoods carving symbols identical to what I'd seen. None of it was definitive. Officially, those stories were misreported farming accidents, but the patterns matched too closely to ignore. On the third night, I invoked Lee's help. We parked outside the trailer at 1:58 a.m., unmarked SUV, lights off. She handed me a taser and camera. You sure about this? She asked. I gave a tight nod. If anything moves, stun it and back off. I'll record. We approached the porch in silence, footsteps soft on gravel. The mist hugged the ground, tendrils swirling around our ankles. I knocked once on the doorframe. No door this time, long ago removed by someone eager to ruin the evidence. We slipped inside. The stale smell of bleach assaulted us. Someone had cleaned again. The candles and altar were gone. In their place, a thick layer of pine needles coated the floor. We swept aside the debris to reveal fresh footprints, small, barefoot, sinking into dust. Lee traced one print with her penlight. That's a kid's shoe, she said, maybe 5 or 6 years old. My blood ran cold. We heard a soft thump from the back room. Lee raised her camera. I drew my flashlight and taser. We moved as one. The kitchen door swung open. There, scribbled on the wall in what looked like dried sap, someone had drawn the symbols again, larger this time, the triangle perched above the inverted V, the circle beneath like a dripping eye. And at the center, scrawled in shaky print, "Watch me." A whisper brushed my ear, so faint I thought it was the wind. "We see you." I spun, taser at the ready, but saw only empty air. My breath misted in the frigid trailer. Lee whispered, "We need to go." As we backed toward the exit, the beam from my flashlight caught movement behind the stove. I pointed and shouted, "There." A pale hand shot out, fingers elongated, almost branch-like. I zapped it with the taser. The thing recoiled with a keening shriek that rattled my bones. We ran, stumbling over gravel, sliding into the SUV. Lee slammed the door. I locked it and slapped the dash cam record button. "Dispatch, this is Unit 5, I said, voice shaking. "We're Code 3 back to the station. Shots not fired, but we have fresh prints, new symbols, and just encountered the subject again. Stand by." Back at the precinct, no one believed us. The dash cam footage showed static and wind noise, but nothing of the creature. Only the symbols on the wall and that single blurry silhouette darting past the door. Lieutenant Watkins watched it with narrowed eyes. "Looks like a half-literate prank," he said. He paused. "You and Reynolds have a history. He trusts you. I'm filing this under morale issues. You two need time off." They sent me home with an order to take stress leave. I packed my bag silently, unable to argue. As I unlocked my apartment door that evening, the hallway was impossibly quiet. Inside, the overhead light flickered. On the wall opposite my bed, someone had written, bold and fresh, "Don't leave." My stomach turned. I flicked on every light. Nothing. I searched every room. Windows locked, no footprints, no signs of forced entry. Sitting on my bed, I dialed Lee. "They ordered me off the case," I said. My voice trembled. "I'm not leaving. This isn't over." She sighed. "I'll keep watch from my station. We'll stall them as long as we can, just be careful." I hung up and lay awake, heart hammering. Images of those black eyes flickering in my mind. At 2:22 a.m., the same time the nightmares began, I felt a presence beside my bed. I opened my eyes to see Marisol's pale face inches from mine, eyes hollow pits, lips curved in that haunting smile. She whispered, voice barely audible, "Stay near the woods. They hunger for new blood." Then she faded, leaving me gasping in the darkness. I reached for my phone and typed a single sentence into a blank report. "If you think the night is empty, think again." Night had barely settled when I woke again, drenched in sweat, the echo of Marisol's whisper pulsing in my ears like a warped lullaby. My apartment was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant hum of traffic on Route 219. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, hands shaking as I tried to recall if the vision of her, pale and hollow-eyed, warning me, had been real or another fever dream. The digital clock read 2:03 a.m. I forced my legs over the side, wincing as every muscle protested. There was no point trying to sleep. I was already inside the nightmare. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the case file one more time, images of distorted faces and carved symbols flashing on the screen. Lee's last text glowed at the top. "Stay safe." "I'm here if you need me," I typed back, on my way, then threw on my jacket and keys. In less than 10 minutes, I was at her station, headlights off, creeping up to the northeast corner where our unmarked SUV was tucked behind a patrol car. Lee waited, leaning against the metal, coffee in hand. Under the yellow sodium glow, her dark eyes looked tired but determined. "You sure about this?" she whispered as I slid into the passenger seat. I nodded, voice tight. "If we don't find answers, they'll bury this and bury us." She handed me a small digital recorder and a flashlight. I pocketed them and shut the door as she started the engine. Our destination. An old logging trail deep in Pine Hollow, where locals whispered of ritual clearings and cattle mutilations decades ago. The forest road wound through shadowed pines, the SUV's suspension rattling over gnarled roots and loose gravel. We drove in silence, only the occasional crackle from my radio when dispatch checked on us. At mile marker 24, Lee cut the engine. The wind in the trees sounded like distant voices. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the wet earth, boots sinking into moss. "This is it," I said, pointing to a narrow path edged by stone cairns, each topped with a weathered bone fragment. The symbols were carved into every tree. The same triangle, wedge, circle pattern, but larger, deeper, as though someone was reinforcing them for posterity. My pulse spiked. I took a photo, careful not to flash, then followed Lee into the darkness. We advanced in tandem, flashlight beams weaving across fallen logs and ferns slick with dew. The trail opened into a clearing ringed by ancient oaks. their branches twisted like arthritic fingers. In the center lay a circle of stones, 10 of them, half buried in leaf litter. Atop each stone rested a small pile of animal bones, deer ribs, rabbit skulls. The air smelled of damp earth, rot, and something acrid like old incense. I knelt by one of the stones, scraping away debris to reveal carved runes that matched the ones on Marisol's trailer. Lee whispered into the recorder, narrating every detail. Circle of stones, 10 points, ritual site. Bones arranged deliberately, symbols identical to Hayes' scene. My breath hitched. "I've never seen anything like this," Lee murmured. She shone her light on the ground, where footprints led inward, bare prints, small and narrow, as though a child had walked barefoot. My stomach churned. "Not a child," I said, voice tight. "Something wearing its shape." We exchanged a glance and stood, backs to each other as we surveyed the clearing. Then, the next moment, every flashlight flickered, plunging us into near darkness. My hand shot to my sidearm. "Lee?" I called. She patted my shoulder. "Did you feel that?" she asked, voice low. A vibration thrummed through the soil, like a heartbeat under my boots. Suddenly, a low moan rolled through the trees, and one of the stones toppled with a thunderous crash. We trained our beams on the rock, nothing visible, yet the sound had come from the circle's center. I advanced, crunching leaves, and saw it. The ground itself shifting, as if something massive lay beneath the earth and breathed. I swallowed. "We need to record this." Lee raised her camera, hands shaking. I backed up faster than I thought possible, heels scraping roots. The soil billowed, forming a mound that rippled like a living thing. "Move!" I shouted. The mound burst open in a spray of dirt and bone, revealing a gaunt figure, skin pale and opaque, limbs elongated, features half human, half insect, its torso writhing with something like segmented armor. I fired my weapon into the dirt mound as Lee scrambled backward, camera rolling. The first shot cracked the thing's shoulder, sending a gout of black ichor into the air. It shrieked, a sound that rattled my teeth, and lunged at me with spindly arms. I backpedaled over roots, heart thudding, as Lee fumbled to steady the camera. The creature skittered across the clearing, bone fragments crackling under its weight. I squeezed off 2 more shots, one grazing its hip, the other striking a stone. It recoiled, head cocked, then vanished under a patch of ferns, leaving only a swirl of fog and the pungent stench of decay. Lee's camera light wavered. "Did you see that?" she asked, voice quivering. I nodded, weapon still trained on the underbrush. "We're done here, now." We bolted for the SUV, adrenaline propelling us through the undergrowth and back to the compact clearing. I slammed the passenger door closed as Lee gunned the engine, tires spinning on loose gravel. Our dash cam captured her terrified face and mine, teeth clenched, eyes wide. I fumbled for the radio. "Unit 5, we have a code 3. Encountered hostile entity, shots fired, requesting immediate extraction." Static hissed back, no acknowledgement. My knuckles turned white. When we reached the station, lights blazing. Dispatch told us no units were available for at least 30 minutes. I grabbed Lee's arm. "We can't wait." She nodded. We unloaded evidence, photos, bone samples, video files, into my cruiser and drove to the coroner's off-hours lab. The receptionist eyed us over her desk. "After midnight, gentlemen," she asked. I flashed my badge. "Emergency. Follow me." We followed her down a narrow hallway into a cold storage room where tissue samples were kept. I placed the bone fragments on a stainless steel counter and opened the freezer doors. Beneath fluorescent light, rows of sealed bags lined the shelves, flesh samples labeled with numbers and dates. I recognized several tags, the shredded patch from the trailer, the fluid collected at scene, and now this new batch of bones. I placed our samples next to theirs with a trembling hand. "Run a comparative analysis," I told the coroner, "and notify me immediately." She nodded tersely and interrupted our conversation with the hiss of metal drawers sliding. Lee leaned in. "We need hard evidence," she said. I stared at the jagged fragments. "This stops tonight." We left the lab at 4 a.m., exhaustion crashing over me, but adrenaline keeping me upright. As we drove through the empty streets, I felt the weight of every unsaid word. The department's pressure, the lieutenant's warnings, the nameless dread stalking every shadow. Lee broke the silence. "We should go back to Marisol's place once more, get her statement on record." My chest tightened. "She's in psych hold." Lee exhaled. "Then we confront whoever carved those symbols." I knew what she meant. Someone wanted these creatures to rise, and I needed to find them. But with each mile, I wondered if any of this was possible, and whether I still had the strength to keep chasing a threat nobody else would acknowledge. By the time we reached my apartment, the sun had begun to tint the horizon pink. I fumbled for my keys, mind racing through escape routes, backup plans, and prayer that Lee would still be beside me when this was over. Inside, I set the bone fragments on a table, surrounded them with my gear, and sat, head in my hands, until the first dispatch call came through. "Unit 5, respond to an incident at the station. Shots fired in the interrogation room. All units stand by." My heart stopped. I looked at Lee's empty coffee mug and the recorder blinking with unwatched footage. The station was supposed to be the only safe place left. Now, even that was in flames. I grabbed my coat and badge from the hook by the door, fingers slick. In the mirror, I saw not a seasoned officer but a haunted man on the brink of collapse. I squared my shoulders, slid the badge onto my chest, and whispered to the reflection, "Let's finish this." Then I stepped back into the fray, knowing the thing hunting me was closer than ever. Inside the walls I thought protected me, wearing a uniform, speaking into a mic, borrowing a face I once trusted. And as I rushed toward the station, I realized I might be the only one who can stop it. Or at least, the only one left brave enough to try. I burst through the station's front doors as alarms blared and red lights spun in the lobby. The familiar smell of stale coffee and copier toner was drowned by something sharper: gunpowder, sweat, and fear. Officers and deputies scrambled for cover behind desks and filing cabinets as the PA system stuttered with a crackle of static. I didn't wait to think. I dropped my gear bag, drew my weapon, and sprinted toward the stairwell at the far end, Lee right on my heels. On the second floor, the corridor was a shattered gauntlet of overturned chairs and downed radios. Each door along the hallway hung half open, revealing scenes I never imagined I'd witness in a place I once trusted as sanctuary. Blood-spattered walls, footprints trailing away from rooms like crimson breadcrumbs. My breathing was ragged, but adrenaline sharpened my senses. The echo of boots pounding behind me, the metallic rasp of someone dragging themselves across tile. "Interrogation room," Lee hissed, pointing to the door marked 5B. The hinges were gouged, paint flaked, and the nameplate twisted at an odd angle. I kicked it open, gun first. Inside, Sergeant Ramos lay slumped against the table, pistol still clutched in her rigid fingers, a dark stain spreading across her uniform. Across from her, in the dim pool of overhead light, stood the figure I'd chased through nightmares, the thing that borrowed faces. It wore Lieutenant Watkins's uniform, cap low over its misshapen brow, boots caked in dust from the trailer site. But its eyes, those empty black wells, were unmistakably inhuman. I leveled my pistol. "Freeze! Police!" My voice rang hollow against the cracked tiles. It turned, head tilting like a broken doll, and lifted a gloved hand. The sleeve of Watkins's shirt had been shredded, revealing sinewy flesh beneath. "You came," it rasped, voice warped, alternating between Watkins' calm tone and something older, dripping with malice. I wondered how long. Lee stepped in beside me, taser drawn. "Don't move." The creature laughed, a sound like branches snapping. It lunged across the cement floor in a blur. I fired once, hitting it in the shoulder. It shrieked and staggered, but its uniform fell away like skin, revealing a patchwork of muscle and bone. I emptied my clip, 7 rounds echoing in the small room, while Lee pressed the taser into its back. Sparks danced off its mottled hide, and it collapsed in a heap. Silence. Only the hum of the interrogation room's flickering fluorescence. I stepped forward, heart hammering so loud I thought the thing might hear it, and placed my boot on its torso. The body quivered. I prodded with my toe. It groaned, deep, animal. I kicked the mask off its skull. Underneath was a half-formed face, flesh stretching towards something human, but receding, leaving hollows and seams. I knelt, flashlight in one hand, badge pinned over my heart. The blood pooled around its head, but when I touched the cheek, it felt warm. Too warm. Suddenly, the lights cut out. The room plunged into darkness. Lee's taser flickered like a dying firefly in her hand. I fumbled for my radio. "Dispatch, Unit 5. Intruder neutralized, but moving. Lights out. I need..." Static swallowed my words. A whisper curled around my neck. "You can't hold me." I spun, gun raised, but saw only my partner's stunned face in the dim glow of her Tauser. "We have to get out," she hissed. I reached down, gripped the creature's limp arm, and dragged it toward the doorway. My shoulders burned as I hauled it behind me. We stumbled into the hallway, the fallen sergeant's pistol skittering across the floor. I snatched it up and kept moving. In the common area, officers lay groaning. Some waving for help, others too stunned to speak. I handed the limp form to 2 deputies. "Secure it. Lock it in the evidence locker." They nodded, pale and shaking. Lee and I pressed on to the control room, fingers flying over security panels until monitors flickered to life. Grainy infrared images showed empty corridors, save for one hallway where shadowy shapes skittered across the floor, slipping into vents and crawl spaces. Then, on the screen facing us, I saw myself, tall, uniformed, eyes wide, sitting at a desk. I looked away in horror, but the figure on screen raised its hand and waved, lips curling into a grin that was unmistakably mine. "Son of a..." I muttered. Lee stared at the monitor. "It's replicating you now, multiplying." She tapped the screen. Another feed showed 2 identical figures stepping over bodies in the records room. I stared in disbelief as the avatar copies moved in perfect sync, wiping blood from their sleeves with deliberate calm. A siren outside signaled incoming reinforcements. We bolted from the control room, down the stairs, and out into the blinding glare of squad car lights. Night looked different now, interrupted by spotlights that painted the forest's edge in harsh white. The trailer loomed beyond, silent, its windows blank. More units arrived, officers forming a perimeter. Lieutenant Daniels approached, face grave. "You okay?" he asked, eyes flicking between me and Lee. "No," I said, voice hollow. "It's in here and in there." I tapped my chest and then my temple. "It wears us." He processed that with a glance at the locked-up body in the cruiser. "We found the suspect." He nodded slowly. "But it doesn't feel over." I shook my head. "It never will be until we face where it came from." I turned toward the dark woods. It started at mile marker 22, but it lives in the gaps, between shadows, between faces. I'm going back. Daniels hesitated. We can't. Give me 48 hours, I said. Let me assemble a team. We hunt it to its source. My voice held a steely edge I barely recognized. If that means exposing the ritual site in Pine Hollow, so be it. I'll go alone if I have to. Lee stepped in, and I'm with him. The lieutenant swallowed. You're off the books, but I can't stop you. Just be careful, for all our sakes. 2 days later, before dawn, Lee and I stood at mile marker 22. The trailer was gone. Boarded up, condemned. A rumor of new owners sweeping the internet before the site was bulldozed. Trees had reclaimed the clearing where the altar once stood, but the ground was still scarred. The symbols remained, carved deep into clay that wouldn't wash away. I pulled out my recorder. We're here, I said softly into the mic. After 4 nights of horror, I've only one certainty left. The thing we fight isn't a suspect. It's an idea, a revenant shaped by every fear we carry. It borrows our faces, lessens our voices, but every idea has a genesis. I dropped the recorder into a trench beside the marker and knelt to brush away loose soil, revealing a concrete slab beneath. It crumbled under my fingers to reveal a hatch, metal, rusted, with more symbols etched into its surface. I looked at Lee. It led us here. She trained her flashlight on the hatch. What do you want to do? I pressed my palm to the cold metal. I want to know the story it's telling. I want to end this. Lee nodded. Together. She shone her light on the lock. We heaved the hatch open, revealing a ladder descending into blackness. I took a deep breath and looked at her. After you. Lee's flashlight beam danced down the rungs, illuminating fresh footprints on every step. Tiny, bare prints that sunk into the earth like a message from something waiting below. I clipped my gun to my belt, slung my radio over my shoulder, and started down. As my foot touched the first rung, I felt the air shift, cooler, dense, filled with whispers. Marisol's voice echoed up. You can't save us all. I clenched my jaw. Maybe not, I whispered back, gripping the rail, but I'm going to try. The ladder continued deeper, each rung echoing beneath my boots. Lee's beam revealed walls carved with twisting figures, bodies merging with trees, faces screaming without mouths. At the bottom, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern where water dripped from stalactites onto a stone dais at its center. There, seated on a throne of roots and bone, was a figure carved of bark and bone, its arms outstretched, eyes deep hollows lit by flickering torchlight. My hand went to my gun, but for the first time in 4 endless nights I hesitated. Because this place, it felt ancient, hungry, patient. It had called me here, rewriting every step of the hunt. And in that pause I realized the truth. The thing I'd been hunting was never alone. It was part of this. And now, standing at the threshold, I understood the unspoken rules. I looked at Lee. Her eyes were wide, torchlight dancing in her pupils. We both knew we were in too deep. With a final breath, I raised my radio mic and spoke into it, my voice strong. Dispatch, this is Reynolds. If you hear, send help and lock down the station. Lock everything. I'll explain later. The cavern fell silent, but for the drip of water. The carved figure on the dais stirred, branches creaking like bone. Lee gripped my arm. Reynolds, I swallowed. This is it. I stepped forward into the torchlight. The torch flames quivered as I reached the dais. My heartbeat echoed in the cavern like war drums. I could almost taste the centuries of fear and ritual in the air. I steadied my weapon, aimed at the figure's hollow chest, and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out louder than thunder. The bullet shattered the heart of carved wood, splinters spraying like rain. The figure collapsed, roots unfurling as though wounded, revealing at its core a beating thing. Flesh and muscle, black veins pulsing. It screamed, a sound that fractured stone. Lee raised her taser. "Now!" she shouted. She pressed the prongs into the creature's side. I fired again, and the cavern erupted in splinters and echoes. The thing convulsed, sprouts of root bursting from its wounds, dark fluid pooling at its feet. I yelled for Lee to back away, but she stood her ground, eyes locked on the breaking form. Then, as the creature fell silent, 1,000 whispers filled the cavern. Voices begging, warning, cursing, Marisol's among them. "You haven't won. You're ours now." I dropped to my knees, adrenaline draining. Lee knelt beside me, hands trembling. The thing lay broken, but its eyes opened. 2 black pits that bore into my soul. It laughed, 1,000 voices merging into one. And in that final instant its face shifted into mine. I gasped and staggered back, raising my weapon again. But the figure's smile was mine, and it spoke in my voice, "Thank you for the hospitality." The chamber went cold. Lee screamed. Before I could fire, the thing dissolved into mist that swirled around me, seeping under my uniform, sinking into my skin. The cavern walls rattled, stone cracking, roots retracting. I raised my hand to my face. My fingers trembled, slick with black ichor identical to what I'd seen on the creature. I stared in horror as the ink-black veins traced across my skin. Lee tried to reach me, but I backed toward the ladder. Every step heavier, as though the earth itself resisted. At the top of the ladder, the hatch awaited, moonlight pooling across the gravel. I hesitated, looking back down at Lee, pale, tears streaking her face, torchlight illuminating her features. I wanted to call to her, to beg her not to let me go, but my throat was frozen. My radio whispered static in my pocket, so I climbed out alone. In the pre-dawn mist, I paused at mile marker 22, chest heaving. The forest loomed, silent witness to what had transpired below. My reflection shimmered in the cracked marker sign, eyes too dark, skin too pale. I felt a hunger in my gut, an echo of the cavern's pulse. I recorded one last message into my radio. "Dispatch, personal log. If you find this, know that I tried. But I don't think I'm coming back the same. Tell Lee I'm sorry. Tell her to burn the records, burn everything. I'll find a way to stop this inside me, I have to." Then I turned and walked into the woods, each footstep soft on the moss. The morning sky began to brighten, and behind me, mile marker 22 faded into shadow. The mist clung to my uniform as I plunged deeper into the forest, each breath tasting of damp earth and something metallic, like old blood. My flashlight's beam bobbed over gnarled roots and ferns that rubbed against my legs, slick with dew. The dawn's glow fought to penetrate the pines, but the canopy remained thick, an eternal twilight that felt fitting for what I'd become. With every step, a low thrum pulsed in my veins, as if the cavern's heartbeat had followed me beyond the hatch. I kept my hand on my holstered weapon, though I knew it was useless now. I could feel the thing in me, its hunger, its cold delight, coiling around my organs, whispering promises of power and influence. But I would not yield. I walked until the gravel beneath my boots gave way to pine needles, until I recognized the twisted split-rail fence that edged Marisol's property. The trailer, the lighthouse, had been torn down weeks ago, replaced by empty sod where footsteps no longer led. I crouched by the fence, tracing my glove over the dirt until I found the faint, bare footprint that had haunted my dreams. Small, narrow, toes splayed, ending in deep gouges that no human foot could make. I snapped a photo, my thumb trembling. Then I stood and pressed forward, determined to find closure, or condemnation. An hour later, I reached the clearing where the first carvings had appeared. The ground was churned, as though something large had clawed at the earth. A single stone marker, wedged into the soil during initial construction, tilted at a skewed angle, inscribed with the same motif. I knelt and brushed aside pine needles, revealing fresh sap in the grooves. Embedded in the amber was a single human hair, dark and coarse. I lifted it carefully with tweezers, stuffing it into an evidence pouch. Every scrap of material I collected felt like a promise, to Lee, to Marisol, to myself, that this hunt would end tonight. I exhaled slowly, shoulders heavy. The forest seemed to hold its breath with me. I tapped the radio. Unit 5, personal log. I've returned to initial site. No signs of human life beyond me. Infection progressing. But I can still think clearly. I intend to track this to its root. Out. Static answered. I tucked the microphone away and continued west, following the subtle incline where local lore placed the old logging camp. By midday, I found crumbling foundations half swallowed by moss, a stone fireplace, charred timbers protruding like broken ribs. I ran my flashlight over claw marks gouged into the hearth and the back wall, gouges that cut through old paint to bare wood. Rusted tools lay scattered, an axe head, a shovel shaft, each corroded beyond recognition. I knelt and pressed my fingers to the blade, feeling a pulse that wasn't mine, a resonance of something ancient. With a silent apology to whatever spirit had made this place home long ago, I photographed the scene and moved on. The trail rose and fell, weaving between tree trunks so close I could have brushed my shoulder against their bark. My boots left prints that sank into the loam, soon joined by another set, bare and narrow, catching my eye in my periphery. I halted, heart pounding, scanning the gloom. Nothing moved, but the footprints pressed on alongside mine, tracking me like a ghost. I whispered her name, Marisol, and my breath plumed in the cool air. The footprints paused beside a moss-covered boulder. I approached and saw a child's shoe nestled in the crevice, sole worn but intact. I picked it up, a painted unicorn, cracked and faded. I pressed my thumb to its toe. The paint flaked away. My stomach knotted. "Why you?" I murmured. I strapped the shoe to my pack and pressed onward, following a widening opening where the trees arched overhead, forming a cathedral of limbs. At its center stood a weathered totem, a pole of cedar carved with figures. Men with elongated arms, women with hollow eyes, stacked atop one another, reaching into the sky. Each face wore the same mask I had seen on the creature in the trailer, on the body in the interrogation room, now etched into my reflection. Moss dripped from the carvings, damp patterns like tears. I circled the totem, scanning its base where stones formed a ring. In the center lay 5 skulls: deer, coyote, crow, an unidentifiable small mammal, and the 5th, human. The cracked cranium sagged, its jaw open in an eternal scream. My flashlight beam lingered on that skull. I shuddered, backing away, but my foot snagged on a root. I stumbled into the ring, blinking stars of pain. When I looked up, I found the totem's figures had shifted, just a fraction, to face me. I froze, breath catching. Then a voice behind me, clipped and warm, said, "Going somewhere?" I spun. Lee stood at the edge of the clearing, pistol drawn, face pale but resolute. Relief and dread flooded me. "You followed me," I hissed. She nodded. "I couldn't let you do this alone." Her eyes flicked to my reflection in the skull. "We have to destroy it." I glanced at the totem and the skull. With what? Bullets don't stop it. My hand fell to the notebook I carried. Frank Carter's journals, stolen from the county archives, brittle pages filled with inked instructions. To erase the mark on flesh, burn the skin. To erase the mark on earth, set the roots ablaze. I drew it out and flipped to the passage she had highlighted. Fire is the first and final purifier. Feed it the symbol to starve its power. So we set to work. Lee produced a lighter from her pocket. I smeared gasoline from the can I'd carried since last night in a precaution. We doused the totem, the skull, the ring of stones. I watched the fuel soak into the wood, pooling around the skull's base. Then Lee struck the flame. A geyser of orange leapt up, prehistoric and alive, licking at the carvings. The totem roared as the cedar bark blistered, figures twisting as their wood hearts ignited. The skull's jaw caved, spiraling into embers. The ring of stones hissed, steam erupting as fire met ancient rock. For a moment, the clearing became a sunlit inferno in the heart of the forest. The heat rolled off us in waves that shimmered the air. My infection throbbed, drawing a hiss from me, but I leaned in closer, a grim smile cracking my lips. The totem's chanting began, a low resonance in my mind. The voices of Marisol, Sam Carter, even Lee, all woven together. I roared back, pouring gasoline on the roots at my feet. The fire flared, rushing up the carvings like a flare. The chanting screamed and shattered. And then, silence. The totem collapsed, wood crackling, bones disintegrating. The fire subsided into glowing coals. Ash drifted down like snow. The clearing lay bare once more, apart from one thing. The narrow footprint that led from the pole to the tree line, sunken deep. I followed it, curving around the charred rings, disappearing into the pines. I turned to Lee. It's not over. My voice trembled, not with fear but anticipation. She nodded, her face illuminated by the dwindling embers. We go after it. Beyond the totem's ruins, the forest floor was untouched. No footprints, no symbols, no sign that anything had disturbed the earth in centuries. The charred stump had erased the carvings on the totem, but the ground remembered. I crouched and traced the soil, finding a line of fine black ash leading northwest toward the ridge. We followed it through fallen trees and over root-strewn hills until the sun hung low, amber and exhausted. In the hush before dusk, we reached a final clearing, an abandoned well, stone-lined and deep. A wooden beam spanned its mouth, supporting a rusted pulley and a frayed rope. The ash trail ended at the well's edge, as though the creature had climbed down, returning to subterranean refuge. I knelt again. Inside, glints of damp stone and darkness. The air rising smelled of mildew and decay. I shone my flashlight down the shaft, the beam slicing through the void. Rough-hewn walls descended into blackness that seemed to swallow light whole. A whisper curled up from the depths. "Join me!" Lee gasped. I stood and pressed my palm to the beam. The final stand. She exhaled, checking her weapon. Together. I nodded and clipped on my belt light. I tied one end of rope around my waist and secured the other to the beam. The knot felt tight, a lifeline to the world above. I looked at Lee, noting the trembling in her eyes, the set of her jaw. She pulled from her pack a small sealed container. Marisol's hair. I'd sent it to the lab, and they'd confirmed it contained spores identical to those found in the cavern's roots. "This is her," Lee said. "Her soul's tethered in here. Maybe, if we can kill it." Her voice broke. I squeezed her shoulder. Then I turned to the well, took a deep breath, and began the descent. The rope swayed beneath me, carrying the weight of every moment, every loss, every transformed friend and foe. As my boots touched the ledge 10 feet down, the air grew colder, wickering with breath. I shone my light across the wall, symbols carved in wet moss, identical to the totems but arranged in concentric spirals that led to a darker opening, an archway of stone, too perfect to be natural. I tightened my grip and edged forward, hand trailing along the frigid wall. The archway opened into a cavern, vast and vaulted, the ceiling lost in shadow. Water dripped from unseen stalactites, echoing through the hollow. In the center, circled by roots that coiled like vipers, lay a pool, black as oil, mirror smooth. Above it hovered a figure, not quite human, not quite wood, its form shifting like smoke. The creature's face, my face, smiled in the glimmerless light. It spoke, voice rippling through my bones. "We meet at the end, friend." I raised my weapon, but it drifted back, arms wide. The pool bubbled, and shapes rose. Marisol's figure in pale blue, then Sam Carter, then Ramos, Watkins, even Lee. Each staring through a screen of roots, lips moving soundlessly. Behind them, the totem's twisted lattice formed a lattice of shadows. I steadied my breathing, remembering the gasoline, the fire, the totem's ash. I reached into my pocket for the lighter Lee had given me, but as my fingers closed around it, my vision swam. Black veins crept across my wrist. The infection pulsed, a chorus chanting my name, offering the power of the pool, a place where every fear could be sated, every bruise healed, every wrong undone. Behind me, Lee's voice called, "Reynolds." I turned. She stood on the ledge, rope taut, holding out Marisol's hair in the sealed container. "Do it!" she yelled. "Pour it into the pool. End it." The creature laughed, warm and cold. "He is mine," it rasped. The pool's surface writhed, roots reaching up like arms. My heart thundered. I looked at the hair, dark and lifeless, and then at the creature, me, hovering above the abyss. I closed my eyes and let the container tip. The hair drifted down, spiraling into the black water. A shockwave of willow-scented smoke rushed up, knocking me back. The creature screamed, shifting shape. Now willow woman, now monster, now me, now 100 others. The pool churned, roots convulsing, stones cracking. Behind me, Lee's gasp echoed. I stumbled forward into the smoke, pressing my hand to my chest, feeling the badge beneath my uniform. The infection pulsed one final time, and then stilled like a dying heartbeat. The creature's scream tore into silence. The pool sank into stillness. The roots withered, cracking like old paint. When the smoke cleared, the figure above the pool lay collapsed, charcoal flecked and broken, a husk of wood and bone. I approached, boots echoing on damp stone. I knelt and pressed my flashlight onto its face. Half of it was ash, the other half bone white. Its eyes were empty sockets, its features dull. I reached out, touched its forehead. In the silence, I heard the drip of water, then my own breath, then Lee's sob. I cupped the creature's face and whispered, "Rest now." Then I rose, hair matted, breath ragged, and turned. The cavern still hung heavy with echoes, but as we climbed the rope into dawn's first light, I felt something shift, a lightness where darkness had weighed. At the surface, Lee collapsed beside the well, staring at me with tears and hope. I offered a hand and she took it. We stood together, gazing at the sun-pink sky breaking over mile marker 22. Behind us, the forest whispered, finally at peace. I set my jaw. We haul the body out, then we burn every scrap of it, and we bury this well. Lee nodded, voice hoarse. Then we go home. I hesitated and looked back at the hatch, knowing what lay beneath, but wondering what I carried within me. Home, I said, but first, we end this." She squeezed my hand. Together, we carried the creature's husk to the bonfire pit we'd prepared. I doused it with gasoline, then Lee flicked the lighter. The figure erupted in flame, wood crackling, bone popping, ash rising in a black pillar against the pale sky. I watched until only embers remained, then stoked the fire until nothing recognizable remained. The wind shifted, carrying away the last whisper of chanting. In the ember's glow I saw Lee's reflection, and my own, gaunt but resolute. I touched my chest where the badge lay and felt warmth, not cold. The infection had been quelled, starved. But I also felt emptiness, an echo of power lost, a question of what price I'd paid. When the bonfire died to glowing coals, I gathered Lee's arm and guides toward the patrol car waiting on the gravel road. We were silent, letting dawn's warmth dry our uniforms. Birds broke into song, wet wings beating against morning air. I exhaled, sweat and ash on my lips. Lee broke the silence. What now? I glanced at the charred clearing, the well sealed with stones and earth, the totem gone. Now, we report the truth. We burn the files, bury the journals, and swear never to speak of this, except to each other. Her brow furrowed. Swear? I nodded. There are things in the dark this world cannot know. If they did, they'd only invite them back. She took a deep breath and extended her hand. I swear. I clasped it. The pact sealed, we climbed into the car and drove away from mile marker 22, the forest behind us silent and watchful. The road stretched before us, asphalt shining damp in the newborn sun. And in the rearview mirror, I saw a pale handprint on the edge of the well's sealed hatch. Ghostly, indelible. I swallowed hard, pulse quickening.